Meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. So roll call, Ms. Lemus?
Member Thomas?
Here.
Member Nguyen? Here. Member Plancarte?
Here.
Vice President Jones?
Here.
President Hill.
Here. Great. Okay, moving on to 1.2, meeting practices and information. Members of the public may observe the meeting via the NUSD YouTube channel or in person at the NUSD boardroom. Spanish translation will be available in person. Okay, so moving on to 1.3, public comment on closed session items. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment available.
Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to move on to 1.4, recess to closed session. In closed session, we're going to be covering two items. 2.1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision D2, one case. And 2.2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision D2, three cases. And with that, we're going to recess to closed session. from closed session at 7:09 p.m. So we do have one item to report out. So regarding case number NUSD 2024-005, the board approved a private school placement for the 24-25 school year to include tuition, transportation, extended school year, and speech services not to exceed $150,000. There was a motion to approve by Vice President Jones. Member Plancarte seconded the motion, and the motion was unanimously carried. Okay. So, 1 second here, sorry. Okay, so moving on to item 4.1, Pledge of Allegiance. If I could have everybody stand, please. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Moving on to meeting 4.2, meeting practices and information. Oops, hold on a second, sorry. Okay. And as the public may recall, we as a board decided that rather than giving you a long speech, we wanted to talk about basically the protocols that we, the board, are abiding by, and we hope that the members of the public that have joined us will join us in this spirit. So our protocols that we're holding each other accountable or one another accountable for are, we will keep our focus on the best interest of our students, number one. Number two, we will work towards that future, learning from the past. Number three, we will stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. Number four, we will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding. Number five, when we have a difference of opinion, we will debate the facts of the situation and avoid personal criticism. We will address processes, not persons. And then finally, we will respect differences. We will never dismiss or devalue others. Okay. So moving on to 5.1, approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve? Go ahead.
Staff would like to ask for an amendment on, one, just to be able to alert the district and board that on Saturday before the 72-hour notice, we did update the unaudited actuals, so we added a revised version of that to the board agenda. And then also on number 10.4, we're going to ask that the board, at the time this item comes up, we would like to be able to amend the dollar amount. We received a quote that has a little bit of a discount to it.
For which?
For
which item?
10.4.
For 10.4.
I was gonna actually pull that when or have questions because I added up the amount. It was different than what was being asked.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so with that, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, so, and do we want to do a roll call vote, Ms. Lemus, or do we want to do it through board docs?
We could do a roll call vote.
Okay, great. So, student member Lee moves, and was it member Plancarte that seconded? No, member Jones? Okay.
Member Lee,
Yes.
Member Thomas,
Yes.
Member Nguyen,
Yes.
Member Plancarte,
Yes.
Vice President Jones,
Yes.
President Hill.
Yes, motion carries. Okay, moving on to 6.1, student report. Student member Lee, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, board, executive cabinet, and community. Last Friday, the New York Memorial High School had our club rush where about 60 clubs were able to participate. We had cultural clubs, hobby clubs, awareness clubs, as well as other clubs. Thank you to all the board members, if you guys were able to come to this event. And also thank you to all the students who signed up and were excited to participate in these clubs. Overall, this club rush, I personally feel among not just me and many other students also feel that it was one of the best club rush rushes since COVID-19 because it was one of the most well-prepared. The posters were very nice. And I also wanted to recognize Kaylee Kong, a senior currently, who organized this event. For our fall sports, our volleyball, football, and water polo games have all started. Any members are welcome to attend these games and support our Cougars. You should be able to find information on our website. Next, tomorrow is the first race of the season for our MVAL opener for our cross country, which will be happening from 3:30 to 6 p.m. I wanted to bring awareness to our current bathroom situation where the bathrooms near our track and field have been broken now since late of last year. I didn't know if you guys were aware of this, but I just wanted to bring awareness to it. And with many more events coming with football, homecoming, soccer games, amongst other things, I wanted to stress this problem and hope it gets repaired as soon as possible. Now for our upcoming events, this Friday the 6th, during lunch, we have our Top 40 celebration. So for those of you who don't know what Top 40 is a history at New York Memorial High School where the top 40 students who have contributed the most to our school are recognized and they're able to and are celebrated as their loved ones are invited to walk the homecoming candidates down the stage as our activities director calls out their achievements. It's something that students who've been going since as a freshman, they look up to this moment and are really excited. So can we just give a moment and applaud these students? I won't call all their names because there's 40 of them, but just give an applaud to them. Thank you.
There are a couple in the room right now,
Yes, there are a couple in the room right now.
including our student board member.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, for me personally, I'm really excited because I've been seeing the seniors do it every single year since I was a freshman, and I think it's a really great tradition. Next, on Friday the 13th is at 7 p.m. The 13th on Friday, this 13th, next week on Friday, is our homecoming football game. Please, please, please show up. Wear our Cougar colors, blue and yellow, so that we can show our spirit and pride. Then on Saturday is our homecoming dance, themed Be Our Guest. Tickets are on sale right now, and please buy them before they all run out. This homecoming dance theme is taking inspiration from Beauty and the Beast, and I mean, it's homecoming season, everyone is so excited. But like our band, as you can see, there are students here, and what they'll be mentioning soon, they'll be talking about something else, which I don't want to get into it, but I also wanted to shed light on how at our high school currently that classes are still shifting due to complications that students don't have control over, and they don't know why it's happening, but we're being the people that are the most directly affected by it. And just to give an example, someone I know that ever since school started, their schedule has been switched three times already. And so I didn't know if you guys were aware of it, and I just wanted to use this position to share some light on that, of how it's really frustrating as a student coming into this year and having our schedules switched around. So thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, student member. Questions from the board? So I do just have a follow-up question regarding the bathrooms. So do we know, Superintendent, if there's been a work order that's been submitted for this? I
So
know
not
that.
only has been a work order, but there's actually been a contract that was awarded to be able to help us work through it. The challenges have been greater than what we realized, and I think we are working on some alternative things. You want to share with them?
So yes, we've addressed some of the issues dealing with the sewer, and that's basically what it is, but it's obviously something, more research needs to be done, a little more trenching, so we're going to address that as this project gets underway for the track and field. During that span of time, we'll go ahead and make those repairs. But in the meantime, for any upcoming games, we'll have porta potties available for all students to use. But it's definitely in our crosshairs, and we'll address it.
Do you guys know how many porta potties you guys will be providing?
We did check with Coach K, and she knows that number better than we do, so.
Okay, thank you.
We have a work order for that with our M&O team to order that with Coach K.
And a pumping schedule, because they have to be cleaned.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Great. Okay, so moving on to employee organization, 7.1. So do we have representation from NTA? So Ms. Villa, welcome.
Yes. All right, good evening, school board members and Superintendent Bakar and Executive Cabinet. Starting off on a positive, we had some vacancies in our e-board at the beginning of the year, and I'm happy to say that we have, our members are wanting to be a voice. So we have Michael Spencer from the high school as our grievance chair, Cameron Tyson and Gretchen Kava as our elections committee, and at the junior high, we have, the middle school, sorry, we have Sean Fuller, who is our middle school director, and Selena Cisneros is our site rep there. So very happy that we're filling our positions on our e-board. All right, and then now moving forward, I want to provide some clarification to clear up any misunderstandings or confusions in regards to our ELA adoption. Okay, this was an email that was sent to the adoption committee from one of the 3 admin that were in charge of facilitating the adoption. It says, first of all, thank you for your patience as we interpret the results of the survey and next steps. We want to honor the concerns and the urgency we've heard at the EL adoption meeting. Given this, here's the plan of action we hope will accommodate everyone's concerns. TK&K will not adopt the curriculum this year, given the standards are currently being updated. We agree to purchase the UTLI book for TK teachers by the 23-24 school year, as we discussed at the meeting in the meantime, so students' needs are met. The middle school will move forward with the Amplify adoption. So again, there is one change. Kinder has now, they have agreed to use Benchmark as its curriculum, but in regards to TK will not adopt a curriculum this year because the standards are they'll be changing. So while Benchmark is a TK5 curriculum, our adoption was intended to be 1st through 8th grade, but then we changed it to K through 8. Okay, so again, if I could provide any information to clarify, please let me know. As far as curriculum goes, we're still receiving it. We do have, there was a little bit of mix-up with where and when things were being delivered, but we're getting there. We don't have it yet, but again, we're getting there, and our teachers, man, they're doing it even without curriculum. So a big thank you to our NTU members, our veteran teachers. They're holding it down. They always do. And I'm going to be speaking again later when unaudited actuals come up, but that's all I have right now.
Thank you, Ms. Villa. Okay, so, and now we have CSEA. Do we have any representation from CSEA? Okay, moving on to NUMA.
Thank you. Good evening, President Hill, members of the board, executive cabinet. My name is Jody, and along with Christy Palomino and Ashley Acosta, we make up the NUMA board. Today marks the 26th day of this school year. NUMA members have been working hard to ensure our students are in school, have nutritious food to eat, the right people are in place, technology is working, and students are supervised. We are thrilled to see so many students back to school, but we also recognize that not everyone is ready to be back. So everyone, NTA, CSEA, NUMA, we're all working together to make sure that every student has the support that they need to have a successful year. Our NUMA members, which include site administrators, district office administrators, directors, coordinators, the executive assistant, administrative assistants, and counselors are also experiencing changes. There are new positions, retirements, and lots of new faces. As we move through the year, we look forward to highlighting the contributions that NUMA members bring to Newark Unified School District. Our mission to inspire and educate can be seen daily in the actions of our NUMA team. All schools have held their back-to-school nights, so families are now informed about their children's expectations at school, and they know how to support their children. By ensuring our schools work collaboratively with families, we are providing the support needed for student success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Croce. Okay, so moving on to public comment on non-agenda items, 8.1. So, and then, Ms. Lemus, do we have additional comments there? Okay, for non-agenda? For agenda items, okay. Okay, so moving on to the comment on non-agenda items. So 8.1, so we have a speaker, David LaRusse. Is it LaRussa? Did I say it? LaRussa? Okay, and this is regarding the band and music director.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, welcome.
Hello, my name is David Largusa. I'm a resident here for 49 years and a father of 2 right here. Both of them are in the band. I'm here to bring awareness to the situation going on with the Newark Memorial Band, which is a wonderful program, but the kids do not have a qualified teacher. In some ways, it's a beautiful thing to see because I see the kids teaching the other kids. They've organized themselves to teach each other. I love that, but especially love that for the seniors who get to teach. But it's not the greatest for the younger students who are not getting the highest quality of education. Those kids are not trained to teach. We need a band director to help organize the events, to help march for Newark Days, to help with the civic responsibilities when we play for the school, the city events. We need help marching. We need help playing for the school football games, but the students are doing that themselves right now. We are missing a director that will help advocate for the funds they need for repairs for the instruments, for repairs for uniforms, and that is a lot of paperwork or knowing who to go to that our kids don't know how to achieve that. There's a lot of diverse educational needs by the students that are being addressed by 17-year-old kids. And nothing has happened, but it's a lot of responsibility to put on those kids. They need a director to help mentor them, to help guide them on what the program should be, on how they should perform within the educational program. They need somebody to help direct the future of the program. The younger kids are watching on the importance how the city, how our city values the music program. This is the second year out of the last 4 years that they don't have a teacher. We need a teacher, we need a director to help relieve the stress from these seniors. They are getting ready to go to college and they're spending a bulk of their time teaching. Inevitably, there will be conflict management that will come up. And that is going to also be handled amongst the peers. They need somebody to help walk them through that. And not to mention the freshman conundrum. Well, next year, the freshmen are going to have to decide whether they're going to go to take PE or they're going to take band. And they need somebody to help them weigh that and how to get around that, because they do have to make that decision. And that does affect the future of the band program. So I wanted to bring you guys, I wanted to bring awareness to you guys on what's happening. A lot of the band kids are here. And hope for a resolution and some resources to this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaRussa. And Mr. LaRussa, if you could just stay up for just 1 second. So I know that this is non-agenda, right? So we don't have anything formally prepared,
Understood.
but I'm wondering if the superintendent maybe has a little bit of additional information on this topic.
A little bit. I can tell you that we've been working hard to be able to recruit for a band teacher. There's been a lot of outreach that's been made to the universities to be able to put some things in place. We're also looking at bringing in some guest artists to be able to help and support a substitute teacher who we're going to put in place temporarily while we still continue recruiting and doing additional outreach. We've also been working with ACOE to look at some other alternative credentialing things that maybe we can do to be able to help and support somebody who might be new coming into the area that may have experience in doing both band and choir. We actually have 2 different programs that we're most concerned about. And we do realize that this has been an inconvenience, and we are working on coming up with solutions kind of outside the box until we can actually find a full-time recruitment to be able to successfully be able to take over the band program entirely. So we are working on some things. I'll have the principal do an outreach letter to all of you so that you're aware of what's going on.
Thank
Would
you.
that be helpful?
Oh, absolutely. I would love to hear.
We
what's
want to
going
make
on.
sure that we're being good partners with you and with our students. Having been a band kid, I get it. Our band's awesome. We want to make sure that they have those opportunities and that we're able to help showcase what they do.
Appreciate that. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving on, we're still on public comment on non-agenda.
Student board member wants.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I just have a question in terms of like funding. Like, does band need any funds? If band does need any funds, is there any funds that we can like help to like support them like in this time, like while they're trying to find a band director?
So there have been additional funds that have been allocated to be able to help bring in guest artists.
Yeah.
And to also make sure that we're able to bring in a substitute teacher to be able to cover for that time period. So we have allocated additional resources to be able to help with that.
Do you know if it's being used right now? Because if students are teaching the class, then who would be able to like access those funds?
I need to go back and go check on, that's news to me that teachers are teaching, that students are teaching the class. I need to go back and take a look at that. I don't have that answer tonight here, Joy.
Okay.
But I'll be happy to go back and go find that out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Great. Okay, so moving on to the next topic. So Darius Collier, is that right? Coher? Darius Coher, okay.
I have come here to I have come here to talk today about the current state of the program, just from a student point of view. I've been at Newark Memorial for 4 years, and it's my senior year. I've been doing music for all those 4 years, and I am currently the president of our student board. And I'm mainly here to talk on behalf of myself and the students. But right now, well, as was brought up before, we do not have a director, and I'd like to mainly know, like, there's something that can be done, like, currently right now, like anyone that just could come in, because right now it's been me, my vice president, and my drum major, mainly just managing and teaching the class. And we shouldn't have that stress put on us, especially this senior year. There's a lot of, like, we're very uninformed on how to manage a program like this, let alone a class. And like, as students, we shouldn't be the ones doing this. We should be taught, especially it's causing us to miss out on our own education. We join this class to further our music capabilities. Some people join this class because they want to do band in college and they see a career for themselves in this. And we're just not getting that knowledge. We're not getting anything. And I would just really like to see some support currently, soon, because right now it's not looking like just doesn't seem like there's any urgency to find a solution, and we're getting closer to a point in our program where we desperately need someone in there to be able to do all this. And yeah, I've been told that we're being given extra support right now, but I'm just not seeing it. And at this rate, it's feeling like we're getting close to becoming another program that could possibly be cut from this district.
This is not a program that we are looking to cut. It's not anywhere on any slated delivery of what we're doing. It is one of our core programs that we offer here at the school site. I want to make that really clear. It's one of our arts program. It's part of the fine arts program. It's not a program that's on a list to be cut. So I want to make sure I can get rid of that misnomer, if you wouldn't mind.
And maybe just to stress, I think you were hitting on this from the last topic, but if band is a class, there has to be certificated instruction in that class. And so I think that's why when this topic came up, that we were a little bit surprised. I think the superintendent was surprised to hear that apparently kids are teaching this. I don't think that should be happening, and so we need to be looking into that.
I will be meeting with the school tomorrow to get some more facts and make sure that I understand all the issues. But I thought there was a solution that was coming forward that we had been working on. They'd asked me whether or not there were additional funds to be able to support a guest artist to be able to come in. Actually, I think there's 2 guest artists that we're looking to bring in to help with it. And I believe there are solutions that are being planned.
Thank you, Mr. Coher.
Thank you for your time.
Great. Okay. Okay, so next on non-agenda items, Mr. Richard Waters.
Thank you and good evening. I'm coming here tonight as a parent of one of the students who's in the band. I'm fully supportive of what David, the other father here, has said, and the parents and the students have said as well. What I wanted to reinforce, this is an academic course, that it is for a grade. And several of these kids plan on going to major in music or be in the music production field. And this course and their education throughout their 4 years is extremely pivotal. My son is not getting what he needs to be competitive to go to the Bright College or university. And I think that's what the board and the administration needs to understand. This isn't the only program that's happening to. You have long-term subs that are teaching subjects that they don't have any clue how to teach. Spanish, for instance. So this is not a new thing. And the kids are, in fact, having to teach because the subs don't have any music knowledge. My son is using his pause period where he should be somewhere else to help with drum and his other students. So this is an issue that should be solved immediately. It shouldn't even got to this point, but it needs to be done immediately because these kids should not be having to stress teaching each other the music. They shouldn't be stressed about not being able to participate in competition that's supposed to be coming up in Santa Cruz, which I'm not even sure they're going to be able to do because there's no instructor, no one to help them complete the application. Last year, they didn't get to compete because of money issues. This is the second year my son's not going to be able to participate, or these other kids, especially the seniors, won't be able to participate. So we need to, if we really want to have a great fine arts program, music program, then put your money where your mouth is, please. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Waters. Okay, so we're now going to move on to public comment on agenda items. And the speakers that I call, you have a choice. You can speak now. You can also speak when the agenda item comes up right before. You can speak right after it's been covered, so it's your choice. So with the first speaker card for agenda items, 10.1, unaudited actuals, Mr. Kerry New. You want to wait? Yeah, well, it would be the next item. Yeah. Okay, great. All right, so I will put that aside. So 10.1, Ms. Sherry Villa. Do you want to wait? Okay. All right, 10.1, Ms. Cindy Parks. Okay, all right. So moving on, and then do you want to, Mr. Knoop, do you want to wait for 10.3? Okay. And 10.4, Ms. Parks? Okay. And 10.4, Mr. Knoop. Okay, all right. So we are done. So we're not done with the comments, but we're gonna have them come at a later point. So moving on now to 9.1, Superintendent Report. Superintendent?
Thank you for the opportunity to be able to give you an update. First of all, it's really great feedback. I really have missed being here in our board meetings the last 2 meetings, and I apologize for not having felt well enough to come, but I didn't want to share what I had with all the rest of you, and so thank you for your support. I want to thank my team for standing in and for helping out to make sure that things continue to run as smoothly as possible. And I really want to thank our community tonight for coming out and speaking and sharing your concerns. Most importantly, we have been working on trying to identify solutions for some of our key positions that we're still trying to fill. Some of them were very late notice resignations and, again, some very difficult positions trying to fill. It sounds like there's been problems before in the past, which I wasn't aware that happened during the 4-year cycle of our seniors, so it's good to learn that piece of information. And the principal myself will be reaching out to you for some possible solutions as to what we've been working on. So I hope that will be helpful. With that, though, I'm really excited this evening to introduce two really special guests that we have out in the audience this evening. First is Lieutenant Sandoval, who's with us this evening from Newark Police Department. Lieutenant Sandoval, do you want to come up maybe to the speaker piece? And I want to also introduce our resource officer that has started. Today's his first day. We're super excited to introduce Resource School Officer, Mr. McHugh. Now I'm going to let Lieutenant Sandoval share a little bit more about his background and the experience that he brings and the work that he's done here in our community. So great to have you both here.
Well, thank you for having us. Let me queue up what I can talk about Officer McEwen here. Yeah, I know. Sorry, I had it up on my phone, but I apologize. So this is Officer McEwen. He has been going to the high school as we were able to get him free from the patrol, his patrol duties up until this week. Now he's starting full-time. He started today full-time. So he already started showing his face around the school. So let me tell you about Officer McEwen. Officer McEwen has been with the New York Police Department for 5 years. He brings a lot of experience to this role. He currently is a crisis negotiation team member. He's a crime scene investigator. He's a police explorer advisor. So that's the youth program of kids who are 14 to 21 who are interested in being in law enforcement. So if anyone's out there, 14 to 21, he's the guy to talk to. He's a peer support team member for our wellness program. He's also an honor guard team member. He's a first aid tactical medicine instructor, and he's a Narcan instructor. Before he was a police officer here in Newark, Officer McEwen was a lifeguard and a swim instructor at the Swimming Center, Family and Aquatic Center here in Newark. And he was a program coordinator for the athletic division at Mills College in Oakland. Some of his hobbies include golfing and spending time with his loved ones. And of course, he wants to be just like Officer Lozier, is what I was told. He's going to be assigned there at Newark Memorial. He's available for questions from anyone that needs his help while he's there. And he's, I'm pretty sure, happy to be here.
Yes.
Great. And Officer McEwen, would you like to add anything?
I just wanted to add that I'm very excited. Today was my first day officially as a school resource officer. So, like I said, I work with a lot of the explorers. So it was nice to get to see some of my students that I have in my after-school program, get to see them over at the school. But this has been my #1 goal since joining the police department. And now I got to reach it. And Lieutenant Sandoval was one of my mentors when I came to this position, so I'd like to thank him for pretty much all he's done for me up until this point and continue to do so. I'm excited to serve the school, keep the kids safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on, gentlemen, hold on. We might have some questions or comments from the board. So, comments?
I wanted to say welcome to New York Memorial High School. And I actually saw him today, and I asked for a sticker. He had a bunch of stickers, and he was already like saying hi to all the students and passing out stickers and everything. So I want to say welcome. Welcome.
Great.
I'd just like to add welcome. We're delighted to have you at the district, and it sounds like you have a great background for working with young people. Thank you.
Congratulations, Officer McEwen.
Thank you.
I know somebody at home who's very, very proud of you, and I'm very lucky to be working with her, your mom. So congratulations and welcome to NMHS, and whatever you need to do your job and how we can best support you, you also let us know too, also, okay?
Thank you so much.
So thank you so much for being a part of our community.
Thank you so much for joining the team. I'm really happy to see the collaboration between the police department and the school. I'm so glad that the position is filled, and truly, I'm really glad for the school site and for our schools as well. Thank you so much.
I can't be left out. So thank you for being here. I know that when my own children were at the high school, it was nice to know that there was someone there. So thank you, and I appreciate hearing your background and how involved you have been with youth overall. That'll be a wonderful asset. Thank you.
Great, and echoing my fellow board members, so yeah, we're really excited to have you on board, and it's great to have a role model that comes from our own community, so I think that means a lot. So again, we're very excited, so thank you.
In case we forgot to mention it, he also graduated from Newark Memorial, so if we can find any pictures from there.
Oh, we'll see what we can do
No,
about
never
that.
mind, I'm sorry. I misspoke. We were picking on him. He's at Kennedy High School.
Okay.
I was excited for a second.
Okay. All right, great, thank you.
Thank you both for being here this evening, and thanks for the work that you're doing. Just to share with the rest of the audience and with our board members, last week we had like an amazing meeting with our Newark Police Department. We started working on our safety plans and our joint work together. Things that we want to really be able to do this year to really be able to help support our students and our community with a safer set of practices that we want to be able to bring in, also making sure that our communications between each other is right up to where it needs to be. And I will just share with you that every time I've reached out to our Newark Police Department, they have responded quickly. It's been great communication. I couldn't be more pleased with the partnership that we have. And I just really want to thank them for their services. We had a great team meeting last week with the district team and with Newark Police Department. So thank you.
Okay, great.
And that concludes my report for this evening.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Any additional questions or comments for the Superintendent? Okay, so moving on, we're now going to go to 10.1. And for those speakers that would like to come, do you want to come after the presentation or before? Is there a preference? Okay, okay. All right, so we'll do it after. All right, so moving to 10.1, unaudited actuals financial report, Superintendent.
Yeah. So I'm excited this evening to be able to introduce this item. Actually, having stepped away from not being the CBO anymore and now having our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, I'm going to turn this over to him for the presentation this evening and ask him and our Financial Director, Nancy Chen, to join us. There she is. And Nancy, if you can come up to the podium in case there's any technical questions, that would be great.
Well, welcome, everyone, and thank you for attending tonight's board meeting and going over these unaudited actual financial report for Newark Unified School District. And going into the next slide, we're going to go into some of the, yep, there you go. So this is the, I believe all the board members do have a copy of this printout. Is that accurate? So the year unaudited actual financial report reviews of the 23-24 actual revenues and expenditures for the period of July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. The report must be submitted to the Alameda County Office of Education by September 15th, 2024. The summary of revenues and expenditures, which are restricted and unrestricted. These total revenues of $80.7 million, which is 4.4% higher than the 24-25 adopted budget that was presented about a month ago. And these are total expenditures of $81.2 million, which is 1.8% less than the 2024-2025 adopted budget. The net decrease to fund balance is $591,000. So you can tell on our columns there that our ending fund balance is $33.8 million, which is $22.5 million or 67% that's unrestricted, and $11.4 million, which is 33% restricted. Of course, these are all funds that you can see on our adopted budget, and our difference of the actual budget and actuals is $5.5 million, right under $6 million. Enrollment and ADA average daily attendance. The 2023-2024 enrollment was 4,828 students, which is 124 less than last year. The actual P2 ADA was 4,521, which is 54 less than last year. The ADA enrollment ratio was 93.6, significantly lower than the historical ratio of 96-97%. The decrease in enrollment over 10 years is 1,368 students. Our 24-25 enrollment projections is 4,745. We actually do have actual numbers for that, but we're going to go right into our revenues here. Our revenues here are separated by our different unaudited actuals, our budget, and difference in budget, and percentage and difference. The total revenues is $80.7 million. 74% comes from our local control funding formula, and more than 4.4% difference between budget and actuals. Those are our revenues. And our expenditures, we have a breakdown here of our certificated salaries, our benefits, our services and other operating expenses, classified salaries, capital outlay. All these total expenditures, once again, at 81.245, and our budgets is 82,721,847. The difference is 1,476,836. So this here is 24% for services and operating expenses, which is water, electric, legal services, software, and professional services. But as you can tell, 72% of all total expenditures are for salaries and benefits. Our contributions to restricted programs, special ed, 9.4 million, RMA, routine restricted maintenance, 3 million, and other 64,000. So these are restricted programs at $12 million, and what we have for our budget is 15.6, which is an actual increase of $3 million, $3.1 million over than last year. Our unrestricted general fund, our net increases to unrestricted general fund balance was 2.3 million. The total ending fund balance is 22.5 million. We have a breakdown here of the difference of $4.7 million, or 21.3% less than the budget here. Apologize, than the unaudited actuals. Our fund balance is 10% cap applies to 23-24 and 24-25. The reserves for economic uncertainties and assigned designations cannot exceed 10% of our total expenditures. Our committed funds do not count against the cap right here. So our budget balancing reserve is 16.8 million in 23-24 and 14.1 million in 24-25. Our reserves for economic uncertainties, our general fund reserve is $2.4 million. Our Fund 17 reserve is $2.4 million. And our total reserves for economic uncertainties is $4.8 million, or 6%. We're required to carry our 3%. We are at 6% here. All funds at a glance. Our Fund 1 is our general fund at $34.4 million here. And we, our adult education, 94 million, child development, 713,000, and cafeteria fund, 2.5 million, special reserve for emergency, 2.3, building fund, 13,000, capital facilities funds, 15 million, special reserves for capital outlay, 8.6 million, bond interest and redemption fund, 10 million, and self-insurance fund, 4.5, total of $78.8 million. Our Fund 21 Measure G funds, we show here a zero balance, and Fund 25 Developer Fund balance is $14.3 million, and Fund 40, these are fund balance of $8.6 million. So our financial summary here, the 2023-2024 year-end unrestricted general fund reflects a net increase in fund balance of $2.3 million. The total reserve for economic uncertainties is 6%. A multi-year analysis indicates that the district will be able to maintain the 3% minimum required reserve in 24-25 and 2 subsequent years. Staff recommends approval of the 22-23-24 year-end unaudited actuals financial report. Now, we will open up for questions, and we're here to answer any questions you might have. I have my fiscal director, to assist as well. So any questions with that?
I think we're going to have the audience come up. Okay. So, Ms. Villa, would you like to come up? Okay. Mr. Noob?
Good evening, board members, staff, superintendent, welcome back.
Thank you.
And good evening, public. I have some comments about the unaudited actuals, and that has to do with the way the end numbers look, the commitments. So I've ran some data over the last couple of years, and we've never gone to a position where commitments are 17%, if you take that as from the expenditure side. So, you know, our budget was, you know, was planning that we were going to be short several $1 million. And now we kind of catch up, and it's about $500,000 that we're short, but the commitments ballooned. And it wasn't just going up a little bit, it's just, I think it get to a point where it's like, what's going on? You know, what kind of commitments have we made that this amount totals over $16.8 million. Adding to that is that the new budget shows a decrease of about $2.5 million, $2.6 million of these commitments. And what happened? I mean, we suddenly become uncommitted for $2.5 million. And so I think it is important to be transparent about that, to see what happened to these commitments, why are they there, and you know, what do they contain? So that's basically my question. Hopefully it can be answered or through some of the board members. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. New. And Ms. Fakar, do you want to provide a little bit more detail there?
I would like to provide just a little bit with regards to the designated certain funds. Part of what we did is all of you may remember, part of our strategy was to be able to continue putting in some better practices of looking at how we do our spending practices, how we look at our contracts moving into the new year, finding ways to be able to do reductions so that we could save money for our third year out in particular that was, as you may recall, in the red. Underneath our undesignated certain funds, we actually put in there a multiple year projection savings for 25 and 26 and 26, 27, because that savings of that $8 million as we closed out was actually, I think, 7.9, which is there, 7.937006. That really is the savings from our closeout from 1 year moving into the next year. And so knowing that we weren't sure what was going to be spent when we went off and did our adoption budget until we actually closed out our books, we wouldn't have known that number. A lot of those things were open POs. We had a number of POs that did not get used. We had other ones that had new restrictions put on them for checks and balances as we sat there and looked at them. Those were things that the board had asked us to do, and we wanted to make sure that we honored those by making sure that as we continue to right-size our budget, we're able to make good to be able to get 3 years of a positive budget for the future. So every extra dollar that we're saving, we want to be able to be very transparent to our community and to you, our board, as to where that savings is coming from and where we're putting it back into to try to be able to make sure that continues. When you see the first interim report that comes out to you in December, you're going to see within that MYP, you're going to see some numbers start to change and start to shift. It's important to really look at that. And again, these savings are still somewhat liquid because we still have services that we have to provide for children. As you know, there was a huge contribution that was made to our special education over the last few years. We continue to look at strategies to be able to make sure that we're still offering services, but being able to do it in a more affordable manner and with partners that are not taking advantage of our school district to such a sharp increase. So those were where some of the savings actually came from as we were closing out those different elements that we had in our district. Some things were, I'm not going to say they were inflated, but there's still some bills that we have not paid for last year that we're still going to have to pay for, and we may have to come back and use some of this MYP savings to be able to pay out some of those bills as they materialize from the 23-24 school year, and we still get them as we're entering into the 24-25 school year. So those things will happen. Are there additional thoughts from our team? Mr. Quintana?
No, I think those are in line with, obviously, our committed funds here that we pointed out, that MYP savings for 25, 26, and 26, 27 years is the $7.9 million that we can, obviously, that will adjust. So thank you.
Great. So, Ms. Parks, would you like to go next?
Good evening. I'd like to start off by saying how disappointed I am with the fact that this agenda, when it came out on Friday night, said that the PowerPoint presentation would be posted on the agenda prior to this meeting. As of my entrance into this building at 6:30, it still was not posted. Fortunately, there was a hard copy that I was able to go through quickly when I got here. But that is not transparency. It's not. And especially when you promise something. I'd like to start off with what I left off with the budget in June, where I talked about the fact that it seemed like some of the expenditures seemed to be inflated and some of your revenue seemed to be deflated. And the ADA is one instance where it's 93.6, yet you're forecasting 92. That's money that should be recognized in your revenue column. And again, as what was stated, it used to be at 96, 97% prior to COVID. So, you know, a good campaign to get students, as I call it, butts in chairs, to increase your revenue, that's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. You just need to let the public know how you get your money. And I know that there's legislation that's being talked about that is going to be considered where it's on your enrollment, not your ADA, but that's not happening right now. So you need to get butts in chairs. Another item is on page 25 of your unaudited actuals, which talks about all of your contracts, your 5,000 series that we're always talking about. And what I'm not understanding fully is why you have hired staff now and you're still running high numbers. Maybe that'll change when first interim comes out. But you definitely, I'm down to a minute, you definitely have higher contract costs, which should be reduced because now you've hired people, you don't have to contract as much. I don't quite understand your special ed. I understand that, you know, what it was forecast to, unaudited actuals only show it at 9.4 million, and you're budgeting at 12.8. There, you know, this is something that you have brought, had a discussion about, is how you are above your numbers of your neighboring districts. It just seems like your revenue is down, your expenditures are up, your enrollment is down, and your staffing is down. And I hope that you'll address your fund balance sheet, what it says for future board action. It's on page 10 of the PowerPoint presentation. And I hope that you'll eventually discuss the exceptions that are identified at the very end of the report. You have a lot of exceptions there, and I hope that you'll ask for an explanation on why you have these exceptions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Parks. Superintendent, do you want to provide any clarification, additional clarification?
Let me see if I can get some of the comments that were done, and I'm going to ask my staff to also assist us with this. So with the exceptions, part of what you see here on the exceptions page is a piece that lets us go back as staff and actually we then correct the actual budget for the 23-24 budget. And those budget corrections we've made, and those will be checked against with our auditor to be able to make sure that those things are done. I think it's a common practice to go off and actually show this particular page in what's being done versus going off and making the movement in advance before the board actually adopts the unaudited actuals. So that's not such an uncommon thing to see. We're actually just showing what it is that we have to do underneath that particular page for the exceptions. And you're right, there are a lot of exceptions that are on there because those are the things that we have to go back and make the actual adjustments to our 23-24 budget. So again, in transparency, I think we're actually showing you the work that we need to go back and do to be able to demonstrate that. And that really, I hope that helps for the explanation. I appreciate your comments with looking at things. As you know, the budget is based on the predictions that we know. We continue to adjust our predictions based on the knowledge that we have and based on using a very conservative figure for the most part. As we have moved forward with adopting our budget and as we move into making corrections as we look at the unaudited actuals and then as we move into looking at our first and second interims, we continuously are going off and making adjustments based on the information that we know, based on tax history that comes in. There'll be many different adjustments that happen with our figures here. And truly, we try to provide you with the best information that we have at the time that we go in and we actually do adopt our budget. But there are constant adjustments. I think what's really important to recognize is that we did use conservative figures. So there will show some, additional funds in certain accounts, and it will also show that as we close out our unaudited actuals, there may have been some additional savings as we sit there and look at that. And those are all good things for us to be looking at and good things to be able to note and point out. I hope I caught all your questions there, Ms. Parks. If not, perhaps we can have a sidebar later on. I'm happy to try to make sure I get them all addressed for you.
So moving on to Ms. Sherry Villa.
My comments today, right now, are in regards to committed funds. Our first resolution for committed funds was back on September 15, 2022, in the dollar amount of $935,656. I was at that meeting, and I was asking to commit in supporting our teachers back then. For our second and third resolutions, both of those were just above 11 million, so it's getting higher. And now, when seeing in this one for the next one at 14 million, when we're in regards to compensation for our teachers, the response is always we need to have higher enrollment, or we need to increase the ADA. Well, the students aren't here yet, but our teachers are. And what got me thinking of this was last school board meeting, the presentation in regards to a technology refresh using ESSER funds. When in our committed funds, we've had over $1 million committed for a technology refresh. But our presentation that we had, the purchase order was 200 computers for 268 teachers. So again, we have money here for technology. Let's invest in our teachers. We have some classrooms that don't have smart boards. They're still using the pull-down screen with the Elmo, I think it's called, projectors. We have teachers with 68 teachers with no computers. Some are using student Chromebooks. It is absolutely, we have to get back to one-to-one computers for the students, but how can our teachers teach our students on these computers if they don't have it themselves? So again, that's my ask, is to, commit to our teachers. This is the first time since before COVID that we're close to being fully staffed. We're maybe 5 classrooms away from being fully staffed. And that hasn't happened since a couple years before COVID. We have 72 teachers who are not permanent, meaning they're probationary, or they're temporary. 72 teachers in the last 3 years. So let's invest in our new teachers. Give them the classroom management training that they need. Our veteran teachers, a refreshing is always good, but invest in so our teachers will stay here. Because almost being fully staffed, even though we're almost there, it's a different, the teachers see it and they understand, it's a good feeling, it's a good morale. So investing in our teachers, let's do what we can to keep them here. Last year, we had a lot of, unfortunate things that we had to talk about, like our TOSAs and our coding TOSA. We weren't able to keep the work, what great work they're doing. My job share partner, she was a teacher at Coyote Hills last year, and just the things she showed me already, fabulous. But we didn't have the money for it to keep it going. We have LCAP carryover year after year. Last year was over 600,000, the year before that, 400,000. We plan for things to happen, but they don't for whatever reason. A lot of it because we don't have the teachers. Now we do. So let's keep our teachers here. This is one-time money, yes, but let's use it to keep our teachers here, to train them, so they'll want to stay here and not leave after they become permanent to another district. So that's my ask.
Thank you, Ms. Villa. Okay, so are there any additional points that staff would like to make before we open up to the board for questions?
No, not at this time.
Okay, so questions from the board?
Go ahead. I guess my question is, what question should I ask? Because to me, the budget is very difficult to follow because of all the temporary employees we had last year. So we've paid those out of the 5,000 series instead of out of salaries and benefits. So I can't tell where we are. To me, it's very confusing where we are and where we're heading because of the big changes in temporary employees last year, filling slots and the turnover. I would like to have a sense of how confident are you, staff, in the fact that you have a handle on our expenditures, that we are adequately spending what we plan to spend for our teachers and for our kids. That's kind of what I'd like to know, because I don't get it from reading this report.
So the unaudited actuals, if I can just take a moment, really are a reflection of where do we end up at the end of the year, like as we closed out all these different accounts. And I will say it was hard to try to get your arms completely wrapped around the variety of services and contracts that have been put in place really since post-COVID. There's a number of contracts that were put in place for all kinds of services that we couldn't begin to fill. And I'm really glad to hear Ms. Villa say that we're actually almost to the point they were almost fully staffed, something that hasn't happened here in a long time. So what I will tell you is that your current adopted budget kind of aligns with that work, that if we were really to have everybody here, and we plan to have everybody here, that's inside of your expenditures for your staffing and for what you're paying for recognized benefits, right? The pieces that we pay to the state government, to the federal government, whether it be for Social Security or for our share of contributions that are made to CalPERS and CalSTRS. Those things are actually reflected inside your budget. We also try to give our very best guesstimate of where we're going to be going to for contract services based on, one, what our LCAP shows, and also what our expenditures allow for us to actually do outside of regular services. The more we can sit there and reduce off of actual contract services and put in actual staffing that can provide the services, we're going to have more continuity. Those are things that will help us, right? And those are things that have been troubling to this district now for many years. Is this the full answer? No, it's still a work in progress. We have to monitor it closely. And that's really what your first and second interim reports are going to do. We're going to continue to monitor what needs to be done, make the adjustments where they need to be made, and make sure that we're coming back and we're sharing that information with you. But as we closed out the books, and the monies that materialized were really already expended, right, through a number of POs that have been opened up, to a number of contract services that maybe we didn't use fully across the entire district for a variety of things, whether it's for educational services, whether it's for something to do with facilities, something to do with maintenance and operations, something to do with, being able to create some better health conditions fiscally that we talked about when Mr. Fine was here back in April. Our budget's in better shape than it has been in a long time. It's still not out of the clear yet. I don't want to create a smoke and mirror. We still have work to do. And when we adopted our budget, we showed in our third year out that we were still deficit spending, and we have to work on that in order to be able to make sure that we can really invest in our people and that we're really putting our capital where we can, we start to make those shifts. But it doesn't happen overnight. It's going to take some time for us to kind of continue to work through. Again, this is not your adopted budget. This is just showing you like where things closed out, where we're kind of starting to make the adjustments for, and then how we're going to share that with the County Office of Education and with the state through our reporting. But our real true sign will really come between the work that we're doing now, the services that we're putting in place for our community, for our kids, for our teachers to be able to help support them, and for our other staff members that might need some help and support systems as we continue to grow still here. We still have vacancies. We have a lot of vacancies still, especially at the classified level, but we've got some critical ones too, also at the certificate level. You heard about a couple this evening, the fact that we don't have a teacher for our band director, we don't have a choir director. Those are things that we've been working on, other kinds of ways to help augment with that. And I'm really looking forward to talking with Mr. Murphy tomorrow, because I know he had some ideas that he was trying to put in place while we continue doing recruitment. I know Mr. Williams has reached out to work on some of our critical recruitment, along with our teachers union and many others here. Our Ed Services team, many of us have been doing reach out to a multiple number of universities to try to make sure that we have first opportunity to be able to get those that were graduating at the end of last school year from our universities to come into our programs. We were working with ACOE to be able to do some quick steps that we would be investing in to be able to help pay and help augment those services that take time to go off and clear your credentials, where we're actually offering to help pay and help support some of those things. Same with our principals. We brought on some new principals, and we're helping them with their program as they work on clearing, their credentials as well. Those are really critical pieces to investing in your staff and being able to keep and retain them here. Those are really important elements. The piece around the undesignated certain funds, because we were looking at where we're having cost savings, we're showing that to you. You can always reallocate out those funds in different kinds of ways. You just have to think about what the cause and effect is to your multiple year projections when you do that. And knowing that our third year out was still in the red, this is exactly what we wanted to be able to do, was to start really closing down these accounts and then start reducing the amount that we were actually spending in the past on those same accounts, reducing those numbers down. But it's not going to be a quick fix. It's something that we're going to take time and make sure. We have a lot of new team members on board. They're looking at the programming for the first time. They're looking at some of the opportunities, I think, that were used in the past, and the way maybe how we use consultants and how we can continue to strategize on how we provide services more directly and try to reduce down those figures. So I realize it can be difficult. Our job is to show you the numbers to the best of our abilities that we can share with you, and that's exactly what we're doing here this evening.
Other questions? Number one.
Thank you for the clarification. And also, I think for a lot of us, when we're looking at the unaudited actuals, it's probably best to compare them to the estimated actuals for the year so that we can actually see the true difference between, what was allocated and how much we actually spent, instead of going off of the 24-25 new budget numbers. So
I think those are two different kinds of reports, quite frankly, because the report that we're showing you here comes out of our SAC system based on what we closed
no,
out.
which I understand.
Okay.
But I'm saying that you're showing like what was our adopted budget for this year against the actuals of what we just closed in the prior year. But we don't ever actually look at the adopted budget for 23-24 against the unaudited actuals to see what was actually, like what the actual spending was percentage-wise, and to what Ms. Parks had mentioned about whether or not we are being really transparent, if we are overestimating on some parts and underestimating on some, that gives us an actual number to be able to look at and say, hey, yes, we allocated, last year $4 million to facilities improvement, but we only actually spent 3,900. So we had a savings of $100,000 there. So that's what I'm saying. I think for us that we can probably wrap our head around that more than what we're seeing in terms of like, you know, this is the what was the unaudited actuals for the year against the new budget for this year. So again, like you know, and we do see a slight savings coming into based on the what we were spending against the new budget, but that's not actually what we, I mean, to me, it doesn't feel like what we actually spent. So it's not a true representation of what revenue came in versus what the true expenditures are. So those are just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nguyen. Additional questions, comments?
Well, my comment just piggybacks a little bit on what Member Nguyen just said, is that it would really make it easier to see what actually was approved to spend and then where we actually did save as well, because it is true. How can we truly know what the gains were for saving money in certain areas? I mean, if it would make it easier for us to if we could see that in one snapshot, so that we can really celebrate exactly what we did, where the savings were. And then also, I just wanted to say thank you for driving also that it appears that what we did spend versus what's budgeted for in the adopted budget for the 24 and 25 year is going to be adjusted in the first interim, because it is critical that we really do understand, you know, why is it that we're spending, you know, we saved money in, you know, special ed, but then we are now increasing that budget in the adopted budget, you know, to more money. So thank you for clarifying that those adjustments will continue to be made.
The report before you this evening for the unaudited actuals is a piece that as we close out the one set of books, it automatically compares it to our current budget. It doesn't really go back. Like I said, I think it's actually a different report that we'd have to provide to you. And really, you'd probably see that more
in the interim reports.
Well, actually, you don't, because we really don't go back to last year's report, so you really wouldn't see that. It would actually be a whole different kind of report. And I have to think about what that would look like. I hear what you're asking for. I have to think about it. If you wouldn't mind, let me just give some thought to it and work with the team, because it's not a report that we actually normally work with. Not to say that it can't be done, and maybe it's something that would be really helpful for us, especially as we look at in this budget cycle, because we still have to continue being very, very prudent, right? As we continue to downsize with the number of students that we have, and you know, and we have higher costs and staffing needs that we want to be able to provide to our staff. And we're going to make those kinds of adjustments through negotiations and through other ways to be able to continue to support our staff to be healthier and to be able to keep them retained. And again, one of the other board goals that we have, right, to be able to attract and retain high quality staff. We really need to think about what are those practices. And so I hear what you're saying. I don't think that's what this report, though, actually does from a state standpoint and what we actually turn in and what they look at and what they're adjusting against. But I hear what you're saying as far as going back to, and again, you'd have to look at both the first and second interims from last year, because they're always going back to the original adopted budget, just like this cycle will do too, right? Like when we go back and do our first and seconds against the 24-25 budget, it never goes back to the 23. Right. So I hear what you're saying. I think as a practice, I just need to think, like, what would that look like? And maybe it's through the MYP process. Let me just think about it. If you wouldn't mind, I'll brainstorm with the team, and let's see if we can't come back with something that might be helpful to be able to sit there and show as a starting point. I think it would also be a great conversation that as staff starts to work with and bringing back together a budget advisory committee for this coming year, I think it ends up being a helpful tool, right, to be able to help us. And it's really no different than some of the forensic work that some of our experts provided to us, right, as they were digging into each of the accounts. And that's one of the things that we did, you know, here over the last, 6 months, is we've dug deep into those accounts to see, like, what were the past practices, what it looked like over multiple years, what was being used, what's being invested, what are we planning for the future as we sit there and we develop our new budget for 24-25. which includes all those things. So I think, I don't know what you're asking for is a bad thing to ask for. It just isn't what this report is. But I really do appreciate the fact that you can learn from that, right? And you can also adjust and plan for it. And then, also talk about like, what are the service needs? No different than like what we do with the LCAP, when you sit there and you do the evaluation of the LCAP piece. You still kind of look at those things like, are you still doing those services? Are they being done well? What does your data tell you? What else do you have to do to go off and go support it? So I like the idea of being able to do something. I just can't think of a state report that actually provides that particular piece, but I think we can probably create something. Maybe it'll be a good helpful tool for us.
Member Jones?
I think it would be really helpful because you're comparing what you said, this is what we're going to do, this is what we did, rather than this is what we did, this is what we hope to do.
Yeah.
So you're going, and then being able to see that difference, I know for me, it would just make it so much easier to kind of grasp, like, this is what we set out to do.
Yeah.
And where did we follow it? Where were we high? Where were we low? It just would make a lot of sense to kind of see where is it that we save the money? Because when we set the budget for the next year, we're not setting it, or maybe we are, but to me, it doesn't feel like we're setting it against what we just spent. We're just saying, this is what we hope to do.
Yeah. Because on the interim reports, you get to see the original budget, you get to see the approved, board operating budgets, and then the actuals to date. So that makes sense. But when you get to the unaudited actuals, when it's looking like, we're hope to be here instead of this is actually here, this is what we actually spent. So I think for us, there may be that confusion. You guys see it regularly, so you understand it more. But every single time I look at an interim report versus an audit actual, I have to really pay attention, because otherwise, we can get lost in there. And I agree with Member Thomas, what she had said.
I think it's also, maybe a great point that as you're talking with your CSBA colleagues, that maybe this is a report that would be helpful not only for us to be able to go off and go look at, but maybe something that would be a good practice.
Check on
right? And I can ask some other colleagues, see if they're doing anything like that, but I gotta say, even in all my years with having been a school board member, I don't remember ever seeing a report that kind of brings it back to that. I understand what it is you're asking for. I just know that this is not what the unaudited does at this point, but I get exactly what you're asking for, and I just need to think about how can we provide you with that. But I almost think it's like another MYP against our original budget.
Well, I guess it just depends on the finance system, but the one we have in Fremont, we can run a monthly expenditure against the budget to see what has been spent.
And we can
So
use it too.
I'm sure the finance system has that, and that's adequate enough for us to be able to understand, even quarterly or whatever. Or even for us to be able to see it before we approve the unaudited actuals for the end of year, fiscal year, or in this case, school calendar year. But yes, there's definitely another report that we can definitely take a look at. But
I think it would be helpful for staff to tell us or point out the things that surprise you. Where are you surprised? So, for example, if you've budgeted so much in supplies, and all of a sudden there's a big variance, evaluate that, analyze it, and let the board know what it is and why it happened. When Ms. Parks talked about us underestimating, she thinks we're underestimating our ADA, and it appears we are. Why are we doing that? Are we going to correct it at first interim? Because
We would have to correct it at first interim. That's where you would correct it at.
So, those are things that, if you could point out the anomalies that you see and what they mean to you and how you're addressing them. Special ed is a great example. It's a huge increase in special ed expenses, and, having you analyze and discuss those and point them out to the board about why it's happening and what you're doing to hopefully bring those expenses down in the future.
I think one thing is that, besides, myself being fairly new to the team, We have 2 new sets of eyes, too, that are actually now looking at this, right, from best practices, things that they bring in from their districts as well,
good.
right? So, I mean, you've got Nancy Chen, who's just, come on board as being our fiscal director, right? So she's been here, probably 6, 7 weeks now? Not even quite yet 2 months, right? So she's fairly new looking at this. So it's a whole new set of lenses, which, there are some surprises that we've looked at and we said, oh, like, why do we do that? Like, what does that look like? Why was this account not fully funded when we're spending more money there? Those are things that we do recognize and see. And same with, Assistant Superintendent Quintana. I mean, he just joined us just a couple weeks ago. And so, again, a very set of fresh eyes, looking at this. But we've had some stellar experts also helping us as we've gone back to really look at these account codes and determine like how monies were spent, how good is our position control, right? And making sure that all those things are there, checks and balances, working with our HR team. There were positions that were kind of a surprise to us as we were looking at some of those things that maybe weren't put into the original budget. But as we closed out the books, we did find some of those anomalies. And so I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share some of those things with you. But I like the idea of having a different report. We even talked about possibly doing another MYP at one point with this report, even though it's not required. To me, it still kind of tells a story, right? And that's really what you want to be able to go back and go talk about doing. So I do appreciate the thoughts. And I really do appreciate our community, too, who spends really a wonderful amount of time looking at this and doing a comparison. It is really greatly appreciated, more so than I can begin to express. I don't mind the criticism. I think it helps us to continue to improve our practices and hopefully get us healthier and stronger.
And, kind of my feeling about the situation is, so Warren Buffett, who's arguably one of the greatest investors in history, he has a famous saying. He says that the Forecasters Hall of Fame is an empty room. And what that means is that there's no such thing as a great forecaster, right? Forecasts are inherently wrong. But with that said, and not to beat a dead horse, I share my fellow board members' concerns that although a forecast is not going to be right on the spot, it should be close. And I think that what we're hearing, and again, and I'm not an expert in school accounting, but I know that whenever I've looked at similar situations, it's always been that you put a budget together, and the budget is an expectation of it's essentially a financial representation of what you're going to do during the year. And then really what you should be doing is over each month, you should be doing a budget to actual and saying, are we tracking or not? And then what are the variances? And then at some point, as you get into your budget cycle, then you're going to see, well, are we actually, way over or way under? And then, per Member Thomas, so what's the root cause? If we understand the root cause, then we can address essentially the forecasting error there. And then that will then go into ultimately the creation of a new budget. But I think it's just sort of weird where we're looking at actuals from the past, but now we're saying, well, here's this new budget. But how do we even put that budget together if we weren't tracking actuals from the very beginning? And there's just like one thing that again, I'm a little bit confused about, and I'm hoping maybe you could help me, and maybe I'm not misunderstanding. But we're saying that, so for our 2024, 2025 budget, we were projecting 77 million, but in our past year, we actually had 80 million in revenue. And so what that means is that we actually had more revenue than we're projecting actually going forward. So what's kind of per Member Thomas? So what's the root cause of that? Why are we all of a sudden having $3.5 million more in revenue? And I'm curious if we know the answer to that.
Because of the projected ADA.
It's ADA that's driving it. Okay, so we're thinking that because our projections around what we're going to do in terms of ADA are going to bring us an additional 3.5 million.
Yeah, because it goes from 4,828 to 4,745, so it's a reduction. So based on that number, that's the number they use for the 24-25 budget.
Okay.
You also have to remember you're using a 3-year rolling average.
Yeah.
Right, and so that average continues to reduce each year. So as you lose the 1 year, right?
Right.
So our actual ADA is 4674.
Yeah, so that's why I agree with Ms. Parks. We really do need to educate our community on how everything is funded in the district, because it is really important to get students into those seats, into the classroom, and so that we can bring more revenue in. So, and based on that, that's why. But again, because of the way that we're allocating other areas of the budget, we overestimate in some areas, and then they can do an adjustment to the funding and move, money from one balance to another to be able to reallocate everything at the end of the year. But at the same time, it's nicer, much nicer to be able to see month to month, like what we actually have spent throughout the school year and where we've been moving the money, so that when we get to the end and do this unaudited actuals, we have a bigger picture and understanding of like, hey, yeah, I remember that. We covered this before. And so, and then not have to, rehash and ask why, why is this happening?
And to Member Wen's point, I mean, since I've been on the board, I have had the impression that money's been kind of sloshing around. And that's scary from an oversight perspective. It's like, whoa, we thought it was one thing and now it's something else radically different. And so, I think the key is like no surprises. And I understand, Superintendent Vacar, that you've come in new, that there were a lot of irregularities that we've encountered, and as we've worked with the county, I think that they've agreed or they've noticed, and so we've been in this sort of true-up phase. But I think that going forward, we really have to, have this much more nailed down, so that again, like there's no surprises, and that we clear, essentially we can track along and see what's going on, so that by the time we get to this point, I mean, we're all nodding our heads. And I know that that's a process to get there, but hopefully, I think we made a lot of progress, and hopefully by this time next year, we will be there.
Yeah, I will tell you, I think it's a report that makes me feel better than when we went into the adopted budget, quite frankly. Being able to look at this and know that there's some extra money sitting out there that we didn't anticipate. I mean, honestly, it's like I kind of feel like I can breathe. It's like I was really worried about that third year out. Like that was a huge worry. Right? And I know as you were asking me questions about, what's the transparency of where we're getting the savings at with some of our budget reductions, it was hard to sit there and really put your finger on it, but it's actually the things that you're talking about being able to do against the original budget. And so I actually understand what it is that you're asking for. I just need to think about like how I can best show that to you and do it in a way that honors what we're trying to do. But I'm just going to tell you, we still have work to do. We're not out of the clear. We still have work to do. And honestly, people haven't stopped working yet. They've been really good about, I think, trying to find ways to be able to save. I mean, I've heard some really great suggestions over the last, 7 months since I've been here. And really do appreciate, I think, the diligence also of our board to recognize that, when we had a lot of money coming in as being one-time monies, maybe we didn't address some of the things that we probably should have addressed even as we were declining in enrollment. And you can see the sharp decline in the historic of our ADA and just how much has changed over the last 10 years. Those are what we use for our figures when we try to calculate. We try to use like really good data, but our data is only as good as what our system tells us. And I'm here to tell you that some of our system pieces aren't so great. And because of it, we actually got fined last year on some stuff that we still can't put our fingers on as to why we were actually even fined, right? But we got hit with some penalties, right? And so we know that happened. And those penalties actually carried over. And so, again, those are things that we have to stay diligent on and make sure that we provide a better system to be able to sit there and continue to track to the best of our abilities to make sure that we're using really good data to be able to support what we're doing.
FCMAT, with one of their investigations or reports to us, suggested a monthly report, but what the district gave us was static, but I was able to go back and make it dynamic, and by taking each monthly report and seeing the variance from month to month in the big buckets, the salary buckets, the supplies bucket, the fund, the contracts. And I'd like to share that. I'll send that to you because it would be just a matter of pulling out five major milestones in our budget each month and using a table to see where the big variances are so you can explain them.
Board Member Thomas, was that the work that was being done by like the audit committee? Like when you guys were looking at things, is that a piece that you were doing through that, or was it just something you were just doing?
No, it was based on a FICMAT report that they suggested that they give the board monthly. So when they gave that report to us monthly, I was able to take each month and see the variation from month to month.
Yeah, if you could share that with us, that'd be great.
Was that 2019, thereabouts?
It was probably back then, maybe even earlier. I'll find it and send it to you.
Okay, other questions, comments? Okay, so this is oh, go ahead, student member.
One really quick one. I was wondering, like, where you guys get all this information from, and if anybody could, like, explain it to me afterwards. Yes. If someone would be
You know,
willing
I'm going to
to.
make an accountant out of you yet, Joy. I can't wait. You know, I know this is probably not the career, choice that you want to go into accounting, but I like the fact that you ask all the questions. And so we'll do our best to sit there and try to provide you with that information.
Thank you.
And I think that would be helpful for the public too,
Mhm.
right? So that they can really understand.
Yeah. There's like this really, so the state gives us a budget cycle to go through, right? And it starts off with being your adopted budget that happens in June. And then as you close out your books, you do your unaudited cycle, right? And then you start making adjustments with both your first and your second interims. And that brings you into getting your next budget kind of like in the works and start to plan for it. So there's like this whole cycle that actually happens. And the 5 different reports actually work in a secular fashion, right? To sit there and kind of look at those things. But then there's some other pieces that I think this board has, gone back to go look at because they've had FICMAT in here. And so I think they've done some deeper dives on some areas, right, which were beneficial, I think, at certain times. Kind of got them out of the FICMAT, followed some good FICMAT practices, but then sometimes would slip back in, and then the FICMAT would come back. Again, list some of the practices that need to be done. Actually, they did that 3 different times here in this district over the last, 7 years, maybe? 8 years? That occurred?
At least 3 times over 10 years, maybe.
Yeah, there's been
less.
quite a few times that it actually happened, and but I think it's something that we need to pay attention to, and it's something that we need to be diligent about. And I like your analogy about, the assumptions are only as good as the person that goes off and makes them, and you have to use it based on some data, and that's what we tried to use. And when we adopted our budget, I tried to share with you some of the data trends that we use to be able to create some of those assumptions. But I realize it is a moving target, and Mrs. Parks is not incorrect in saying that we may have missed it a little bit. And those will get readjusted.
Okay, so this item requires action. So can I get a motion to approve the 2023-2024 unaudited actuals financial report?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Member Plancarte moves, Vice President Jones seconds. And are we going to do this to board docs, Ms. Lemus?
It timed out, so we gotta do.
Okay, manual roll call. Okay, go ahead. And does the student member doesn't vote on this one,
No.
right? Okay.
It's a financial report.
Yeah.
Member Thomas?
You asked the student board member first?
She doesn't.
Why?
It's a financial report, so just the board votes on the financial report.
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes, motion carries. Moving on to item 10.2, committed fund balance for the 2024-2025 year. And we don't have any speaker cards on this. So, Superintendent?
Actually, I'm going to turn it over to staff and have them present on this.
So what we have for our committed funds here that we're presenting before the board tonight is our facilities improvement of $2.680,000, deferred maintenance of $500,000, technology refresh and upgrades of $1.1 million, textbooks and consumables of $700,000, furniture replacement $50,000, declining enrollment and ADA mitigation $200,000, instructional program improvements, $450,000. Strategics to increase enrollment, $200,000. Reduce deficit spending and improve fiscal health, $300,000. MYP savings for years 25, 26 and 26, 27 of $7,937,006. Total committed fund balance of $14,117,006.
Thank you, Mr. Catana. Questions from the board? Member Wen?
Just a clarification on the multi-year projection savings for 25, 26, 26, 27. Is that for the 3%?
That is to get us to the 3% and be able to bring in a balanced budget. Remember, when we showed the multiple year projection before,
So
the
it's-
third year out was in the red.
Okay,
And
so
this
it's,
would help to help auto-correct that for those years, and we were very lean in 25, 26.
okay, so 3% for 25, 26 and an additional 3% for.
We're not quite there, but we're almost there, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank
So I
you.
think it was 8 something, if I recall, in the multiple year projection. I don't have it in front of me, but I want to say it was 8.
8 million, yeah, over 8, right?
Yeah, so we're just slightly under that.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Okay. So can I get a motion to adopt the resolution 2425.09 committed fund balance for 2024-25?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Vice President Jones, Member Thomas seconds, and we're going to do roll call, Ms. Lemus. Go ahead.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Wen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes, motion carries. Okay, moving on to 10.3, technology upgrades. And we do have a couple of, we have one speaker card. I'm imagining you want to wait till after the presentation, or do you want to do it now? After? Okay, great. So Superintendent?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Assistant Superintendent Quintana to be able to introduce this item and to introduce our Director, Jenna Lee.
So tonight, we have two different, one presentation, but two different line items, 10.3 and 10.4 here, technology upgrade replacement of centralized servers. And the second would be replacement of 307 student devices at Newark Memorial High School. And given the presentation will be our Director of Technology here tonight, Jenny Lee, will be presenting for the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Hill, members of the board, and Executive Cabinet. My name is Jenna Lee Peñaflor. I'm going to do a recap of what I presented to you a couple weeks ago on our server refresh and our high school freshman take-home program. So just refreshing your memory of who your IT team is. I am the director with 4 staff members, Yang Lee, Andrew Herrera as our technicians, and Barbie Pagan, Maria Diaz-Mendola as our software support specialists who support Synergy and CalPADS reporting. And so tonight I am presenting to you for approval our recommendation for the server refresh. At the last board meeting, we presented the options for a renewal versus a refresh. The renewal would come at $171,091 versus a refresh, which would allow us to take advantage of new customer pricing for VMware, which is our virtual server software. These are the prices that we had at that time, $136,788. And by going with a refresh versus a renewal, we'd be saving $34,303. Now, the current financial summary, so if we didn't do a refresh and we just renewed, the support with Dell will cost us over 3 years, $99,691. And because VMware is changing their pricing structure from what is now perpetual to what's going to be per core pricing, the renewal alone for VMware is going to be $71,400 for a total of $171,091. So that's for 3 years, and that's if we kept the existing hardware. And so what we are recommending for purchase is basically a replacement of our existing servers. It's basically the newer model. We would be going from 4 to 3 node clusters. It's more dense, it's faster, it's more secure. But it would give us 96 cores versus the 80 that we have now. And then along with that is our storage solution. So you have the servers and then you have storage. And so my recommendation is that we go with the updated servers, and you will see that there's a quote added this morning, because we were able to secure a discount over the weekend. So instead of that $126,768 for the new servers, we were able to take advantage of a Dell discount and get the server refresh at $121,962. And then the VMware licensing, which if we did the renewal would have been $71,000, is now only going to be $10,020 over the 3 years. So the total investment for the VMware and the new servers is $131,982. And so just a summary of the two projects, but I'll show you this slide again on the next presentation for the high school. So this is really, this is really what I am asking for your approval for today, is the purchase of new servers with 3-year support and 3 years of VMware.
Great. Okay, thank you, Ms. Penaflor. And Mr. Knoop, would you like to come up and ask your questions on this topic?
Good evening again. And, it's great when you see something like, we have option A and option B, and let's pick option B because it's so much cheaper. But there are more things in this world than option A and option B. First question would be, why don't we go for bid? The new VM licensing was already known in April, so we knew what was coming. There are alternatives. We can go for AMD. And just for the fact that you want to check with competitors and see what alternatives they offer at a better price is just a good way of doing business. And so, while it's nice to say, hey, we save so much money, it's a very narrow description of reality. Furthermore, these servers are not, the state of the art. I mean, they're faster than before. And of course, the question is, do we actually need the additional capacity? I don't know what we're using these servers for. If we need them, well, then there's probably so much more reason to also look for AMD as an alternative to Intel. This is public money. It's not like, let's not worry, this is ESSER funds, we have it for free, so let's just spend whatever we want, and let's take the easy road. We already have this contract with Dell, they're good guys, this and that, why do we just, they give us a new offer, and for sure that's the best offer we can find. Well, I mean, that's not a good practice. So, question 1, why didn't we go for bid? Question 2, have we looked at alternative options? So again, we want to make sure we spend the money intelligently. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knoop. Okay, questions from the board? Member Wen?
In terms of the capacity for storage, how much storage does that entail? Because I didn't see it in detail.
It's super small on this slide. It is about 13 terabytes.
That's it?
And, well, it's 13 terabytes raw, 9.8 usable, and 27.25 effective for the power store. Oh, sorry, yep. And then, sorry. I'm
So
reading the wrong
under
one.
capacity.
I'm reading capacity. The memory is 96 gigs. Yeah, that's capacity. And then 96 gigs per controller for memory, 192 gigs appliance total.
And currently, what is the capacity that is usage right now on the current servers?
We are at about 65% on the current servers. I would have to.
How many terabytes used?
I don't have that number before me, but I can look that up.
Sorry,
after.
it's okay. No worries. Okay. Yeah, and I'm assuming that this will be a sole source?
I'm sorry?
Is this a sole source contract? It's
Not
not,
competitive.
it's a non-competitive bid.
Correct. We are piggybacking off a NASPO contract.
Okay. And that's an okay way to do business also. We don't have to always go out for a competitive bid if a competitive bid has already been taken place. So, thank you.
Thank you.
The other thing I think that's a little bit different too with this particular item is that if we had done the refresh actually would have cost us more money than if we went back out and got new equipment that actually was going to be able to serve our needs for a lot longer period of time for us to be able to grow into, which will be good.
And thank you for making the correction, because that was one of my questions, was when I added up the numbers from the quote, it didn't add up to what was in the presentation. So I had the correct number that you had, which was 131,982.
Yes, correct.
I did do my own. Well, you know. So thank you for the presentation. I am supportive of this solution for the district. I think that it is great that, you know, the refresh allows us more cores, at least 16 more cores, and it's a, you know, that's really good, especially for failovers and everything like that. So thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Additional questions from the board?
You know, just for transparency for the community, so the reason we are going, that you've presented this to us with Dell is because it would not require us to then acquire new equipment if we were to go.
Well, this one, I am seeking approval for new equipment.
Right,
Yes.
but I'm assuming that we've already got a relationship with Dell.
Yes.
That is what I meant,
Yes.
is not because therefore, if we did start a new relationship with a different vendor, then it would probably require maybe different components, right?
Exactly. And with the size of the team, which is why I presented in the beginning, that would be a learning curve that we don't really have the time to handle right now. And so we're kind of just moving to the next model up, the next upgraded model up. We know how to use the equipment, we know how to use VMware, and that's really all that we can handle right now.
Thank you for that clarification. I really appreciate it. It helps with transparency.
Thank you.
Other questions? Number one?
I just also want to echo Member Plancarte's comments. I think that's, you know, especially if we don't have, you know, extended experiences or with different technology other than VMware, you know, in the district, I'm okay with us not having a competitive bid for this product. It is definitely okay to do sole source and to piggyback off of another contract. So don't feel bad about it.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Well, I think just to continue on, while I understand that we are short-staffed and I understand that everybody is again drinking from the fire hose, in an ideal world, you would be fully staffed. You would have the opportunity to really take this and, you know, possibly go out and get competitive bids from different vendors, from new vendors. So I just wanted to thank you again for all of the work that you and your staff are doing, given that you're very shorthanded, and really just taking the opportunity to ensure that this is something that gets taken care of, that we do use the funds. And while I do appreciate Mr. Knoop's comment about, you know, just because we have the funds and we should spend them, you know, it is also critical that when we can, and if we do have the bandwidth, that we are going out and ensuring that we are, you know, we are getting the competitive bids. But otherwise, thank you so much for all of your work, your team. I'm going to say it again, I'm really happy that you're here and that you chose to come to Newark.
Thank you.
Additional questions? So I have just one comment related to this. And so kind of echoing what Mr. Knoop had said, and then also a little bit with what Member Plancarte had said, and also just from my own personal experience. So my wife has actually worked in the Silicon Valley technology space for, it's like over 30 years. And at one point, she actually worked at VMware. And she was oftentimes in charge of what's called sales operations. And so essentially, all the salespeople that are out there going out and doing all their deals, they had to come to my wife and her team to go and approve deals. So, and those happen every quarter, and I hear all these stories about it. And what I want you to know is that my wife loves government contracts because government never does its homework. And one of the reasons why we brought Mr. Quintana in is because of his procurement experience. And so I understand, as we're all saying here, that we've been, trying to work through some stuff and we're short-staffed. But I think where we're going to see additional savings is going to be in the procurement space. And I can tell you that just in the software support area or any type of software, the margins are incredibly squishy. And so, because literally there's like a one-time cost for developing that, and then ongoing they just sell. And so if you wait until quarter end or particularly year end, right, sometimes you can get a 90% discount off a list. And so again, we maybe needed to do this right now, and so we did it. But I would say going forward, if we can have a little bit of a longer planning horizon, and if we can think about potential competitive bidding strategies, and part of it, as Member Wen is saying, is piggybacking off of what other people have done. So that's a legitimate strategy. That's definitely a legitimate strategy. But again, just making sure that you've covered all your bases and you really have a strategy going in, you can get maximum bang for the buck. And then the other thing that you really want to think about is, my wife is always amazed at how so many government entities will particularly buy software licenses, and sometimes a software licenses for maybe a 3-year period and support for a 3-year period, and then they will go back and they will check 3 years later, and they can do an audit to see how many of those licenses were actually used, and sometimes none of them were used. Yes. So we really want to be smart about this. As I think Member Wen is indicating, we have confidence in you, and so we just want to make sure again that we all sharpen our pencils.
These particular licenses will be used. I mean,
Yes.
this is your hub of all your servers, virtual servers, and all of your data storage. So I don't have any issues with that. And I do agree, there are definitely times where we have to go out and do competitive bidding. But to say that all government, like she loves all government contracts because nobody does their homework, that's not necessarily true, because if there is already competitive bid and a piggyback option, the homework, somebody's already done that, and we're in a similar situation, so we should take advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so can I get a motion to approve the proposal with redesign and Dell Technologies for data center modernization for $136,788? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, sorry.
It was
That's
a
right. That was
correction.
your, yeah, sorry. 131,982.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
So it was a Member Plancardi? Okay, Member Plancardi moves, and sorry, Member Thomas seconded. Roll call?
And student board member can vote on this one.
Okay.
Yes. We could do via board docs.
Oh, we want to do board docs. Okay, so do you want to ask this?
My preferential vote is yes.
Okay, all right, excellent.
Open online voting.
Why does it not? Yours did, but mine hasn't. Did yours? Oh. You got it, Nancy, did you get yours?
No, I haven't gotten mine.
I can mark it manually.
Sure. I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Member Thomas, yes. Member Plancarte?
Yes.
And student board member, yes. Okay. So to confirm, Member Thomas, yay. President Hill, yay. Member Nguyen, yay. Vice President Jones, yay. Member Plancarte, yay.
And the student member too.
I'm sorry, Student Member Lee, yay.
Great. Okay, motion carries. So moving on to 10.4, and Mr. Knoop and Ms. Parks, I'm imagining you want to hear the presentation first. Okay, great. So Superintendent?
So 10.4, technology upgrades, replacement of 307 student devices at Newark Memorial High School. We'll have Ms. Jenny Lee on the floor present this.
Hello again. All right. So I am bringing item 10.4 before you again for approval. The recommendation for student device refresh is that we procure 370 Lenovo 14E Chromebooks. This is the mid-level option, given the options that were presented at the last board meeting, because we wanted to give our high school students something that could grow with them with a little bit more RAM and storage. This decision was largely influenced by student board member Joy Lee and the enthusiasm of Newark Memorial High School's administration. So just as a refresh, the options presented last week for either, we used 300 at that point, but we know that the freshman class is actually 367 students. But the first option was to just purchase more Chromebooks outright to get them at 100% one-to-one. Option 2 was to allow freshmen a one-to-one take-home program with a PC. So the freshmen would take this device at freshman year, they'd carry it all the way to senior year, they'd be responsible for bringing it to school charged. We would have insurance policy, we would have the option for insurance, warranty. The staff at the high school would help us with asset management and checkout and things like that. And then option 3 was similar to option 2, but instead of a PC, we would be using a Chromebook. So we did go with option 3. And some of the quotes that we had presented to you, I want to bring this back up so you know which ones we picked. So on the left side there, the HP 14 Chromebook was the most inexpensive option at $120,477. The specs on this are similar to the Chromebooks that we currently have in all the carts at our schools. So 4 gigs of RAM, 32 gigs of memory. On the right side there was a quote for the PCs if we went that route, which we decided not to. Did it change? Yes. CDW came with 2 quotes. I'm going to start with the one on the right, the HP Fortis. For the 300 units, it would have been $174,000. It has these 2 models have the same specs basically. So 8 gigs of RAM, 64 gigs of storage, and we ended up going with the Lenovo 14E. The price for 300 is $146,035, and then we ended up getting a little bit of a discount because we had to add 70 units. I asked them to cut a little bit off the retail price. And so we're getting 370 for $170,116. And when you get back to your computers, this is the Lenovo part there. Oh, sorry, I didn't even switch slides, sorry. That underline red is actually linked if you want to look at the specs for that device. And so we've been in talks with the high school already to use Destiny as the asset management, or at the very least at this point, a means to check in and out that. Jose and I have been talking about the insurance portion of this and what we can legally or within our policies do for enforcement of lost or stolen or broken devices. So all those pieces for the program are in the works. But this is what I'm seeking approval for today, the purchase of 370 units at the discounted price of $170,116. And the 2 projects, this is our remaining funds after these 2 projects are funded. So last board meeting, the remaining dollar amount was about $29,000, but we've saved a little bit of money on the student devices. We've saved a little bit of money on the refresh. So now our leftover is about $61,210, which is basically already spent on our other tech projects that I discussed last week, like the IDFs that were in the ceiling and the cabling projects at the other schools, and our network refresh, basically. So I'm going to go back one slide. So this is what we are seeking approval for today.
Thank you, Ms. Pettiflor. So we've got a couple questions from the public. So Mr. Knoop, would you like to come forward and ask or share your comments?
First of all, I'm not picking on anybody or so. I don't want to give that impression, okay? It's just I'm a concerned citizen, and when I see certain things that maybe I know a little bit about, then I feel the urge to tell that. So this is nothing personal or, related to anything. So, you see an Intel N100 processor. That's a pretty old processor, and 8 gigabyte of RAM is pretty low. But, these Chromebooks, to me, that seems to be like a bottomless pit. It's like a commodity. It's like sugar now. We just keep buying these Chromebooks, and then they just disappear in some chasm or whatever. I don't know. We can't find them, or we never get them back. And that's just not a good model. Now, if you look at the high school, I think what the high school needs, start with the science lab. There's wonderful monitors, and there's hardly any computers connected to them. Why don't we start getting some decent desktops? Desktops are actually more economical than laptops, because laptops are more expensive. All the components have to be made very small. So get some decent desktops there in the science center. That's where you start with. Then maybe in our libraries, we want to get some decent laptops running Microsoft Windows. It doesn't have to be high maintenance. You can flush the OS every time when a new person logs in, so you don't have any maintenance problems. But we need to think about some more durable equipment rather than these Chromebooks. On top of that, the way Google is dealing with these Chromebooks, of calling them out of warranty after 2 or 3 years, or what is it? That's also not a maintainable model. So, rather than going for, if this is what we're going for, that is pretty low end, 8 gig. You might as well just use a browser and then just use Google Docs. I don't see the advantage, honestly. And then if you actually have an option for good laptops, they don't have to be touchscreen. I don't see any reason why students need a touchscreen laptop. A keyboard is fine, and it's cheaper. So again, I would think that best way to spend our money is first in our science lab, put some good desktops there. Maybe put some GPUs in there, kids can do some AI stuff or what have you. Then have some good laptops in the library, and then start thinking about having a system where people who really need it at home, they can move it in or out. But this got to stop. This every year or twice a year we see this. We need 300, we need 500. It's just a bottomless pit. These Chromebooks keep just coming up. I don't know where they go. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Knoop. Ms. Parks?
So I do understand the importance of the IT department and the equipment. And of course, the IT guy is back there. So he's the first one I consult. Believe me, I'm not into all of that kind of stuff. But what I do look at is process, and I do look at the asset management, because that has been a concern for a long time. And back in about 21 months ago, the district paid a firm to inventory the computers. And since that time, I know that there's been inquiry. It seemed to me that you asked at the last meeting, I think Ms. Thomas did, about what are you doing to tag these pieces of equipment and keep track of them. And I really didn't feel that there was a good response at that time. I'm understanding that there is a process that's going to be enforced for this, I assume. But I just think that there are holes in this whole big inventory and tracking of assets. And then, and perhaps along the line of what President Hill mentioned the last time, because he said at his school they already have a check-in and check-out system. So I'm just hoping that there is some type of a discussion of how you're going to track these items purchased with public funds. The other issue is that, I mean, and to go along with what Mr. Noob said, is that, you did spend $615,000 last year, on computers. So it seems like, yes, you're constantly doing this. So you need to have that good system. But if you are going to be having these students checking out things, you're talking about insurance and all of this, then you are going to have to revise your student use of technology board policy 6163.4 that you just approved last August. So that will need to be worked on there too, is that you're going to have to put in place all of these little steps that you're talking about doing. And then also, I just think that, it just seems like we're constantly seeing these purchases for students to be one-to-one, one-to-one. We're always talking about that, yet I hardly ever see a good discussion about giving the staffing what they need. And then Ms. Villa actually talked about it earlier, is that there are teachers that don't have good laptops or don't have the smart boards and stuff in their classroom. So I think that it's a broader spectrum than just making sure that there's one-to-one Chromebooks that just do seem to rotate in and out of the hands of the students, or they just seem to disappear, or I hear about keys breaking off, and there is so many different stories, and they seem to not take very much abuse and are very abused. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. And then before we have the board ask questions, I just want a couple of clarifications. So these 370, so are these going to be given to specific students, or are they going to be going into Chrome carts? Or so how is that going to work?
These would be going to members of the freshman class, and then we would take out the Chromebooks equivalent to leave the remaining junior, senior, sophomore classes at one-to-one in carts, but these would be take-home for the freshman class.
And then they would return them at the end of the year?
At the end of senior year.
Okay, that's really risky.
Tell me your concerns.
I'll let the board ask questions. Go ahead.
Well, I took the opportunity because my daughter teaches across the bay in the San Mateo Union High School District. And so they have a Chromebook loaner agreement, because they use this process.
Mm-hmm.
Give it to the freshmen, they keep it for 4 years and turn it back in. But they have real strict guidelines, and they have parents and the students' amount of money that they have to spend if they lose it or misuse it. So I made enough copies, at least for up here, but in the back, I think I can get more copies. But I think if we do this, we have to have a robust tracking system and a robust system to hold students and their parents accountable. If they are willing to take the Chromebooks and be responsible for them. I think we need to have definitely have asset tags. Like last week, I was kind of shocked, or last meeting, that really we have not followed through, and we don't have a robust asset management system. And so now we're going to be giving all of our freshmen computers, and we have to be able to manage that. We have to be able to have a process for those that get damaged or lost and so forth. I think if we can have a system to manage and track these, I think that's imperative.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, I don't know if I could support this.
No, we totally agree. We've been in conversation about building a program around this, so it's not going to be your standard, here's a bunch of Chromebooks. We really want to build a program so that students feel a sense of accountability to these, but also the asset management and making sure that we can track them, like you said. So Destiny is what we use for our textbooks already, and that's the immediate viable option for us, because it's already at the high school, they know how to use it, and it's an easy way for us to track assets for this. But we are in active conversations for getting an asset management system and ticketing system for technology.
I did want to add to that, Board Member Thomas, that generally Peñaflor and I have been in contact with the technology director of San Mateo Union High School District, and he alluded to this program here. So we're doing some research before these
But
laptops
yeah,
are issued.
I mean, I hope that if we do this, that no student gets a laptop or a Chromebook until he and she, or she and the parent sign an agreement.
Absolutely, yes, and we do have resources from other districts around the state who are doing similar things. So our plan is to pool these resources and pull the best parts of them to build our own program around it.
Also, having said that, I do want to listen to Mr.
New.
Freeze. Mr. Noop. I think Mr. Noop makes a lot of sense in what he says, and these things, and what we heard about equipment disappearing and walking away, and we owe it to the taxpayers to be responsible in the way we manage our equipment.
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree with that. And so one of the things that I came in the door kind of spearheading was an asset manager and a help desk system so we can better track this. I can't really speak to them not coming back. Maybe it's because I'm new here. But I do know that they're not tracked as well as I've seen in other districts. So it is high on our list, definitely. And, you know, to address the obsolescence, the planned obsolescence of Chromebooks, it's not that we want to spend money on this every year, but really they've been given a life cycle of 4 years before the operating system is obsolete and we can't use them anymore. So as long as we stay with Chromebooks, it's just something we have to deal with. Now, if we go with PCs, we addressed it last week, we have to build a program around that too. We can't just roll out devices that we don't have a plan for, because then it's just a Chrome browser, which is exactly what our Chromebook is. And so at this point in time, this is our best option. This is the best we can do at this point.
Other questions, comments?
I'm also in agreement with Mr. Noop's comment in terms of like, if this is going to be lasting for 4 years, I mean, 8 gigs of RAM and 64 gigabytes of onboard storage. The kids, I mean, if we're supposed to build out STEAM in the district and they can't write code on here and to be able to store it and to run any programs if they're in a computer science program on these Chromebooks. I mean, they're not made to do that. And so for me, that is a concern. But if the understanding is to use ESSER funds because these funds are running out, for us to be able to get to a one-to-one for our students, I say, okay, but at the end of the day, this isn't the solution. That if we have technology money set aside to do technology refresh, this is not what I would want us to use it on. And so my second question, this is to our executive team, is the 1.1 committed funds, is none of that ESSER money is in that bucket, correct?
That's correct, it is not.
All right, so, okay. But yes, just to be clear, I think that long-term plan, and I hope that everybody has a bigger picture in terms of what technology we want to build out for our students and also for the district, to be able to have capacity, to be able to have, you know, for them to be able to do these amazing, innovative things with the use of technology. We need to be able to think bigger and not, you know, so little on these terms, especially if they're going to be assigned a computer moving forward for 4 years, you know?
Yes, thank you. And we do agree. I know Superintendent Vacar and I do agree, which is why the PCs were an option at all, because we wanted to go in that direction. But, I mean, you nailed it on the head. Like, we need to use the ESSER funds, so unfortunately that timeline prohibits us from building a program that would really do justice to putting PCs in the hands of freshmen at this point.
But
Other questions?
Something that we can do, though, quite frankly, and I have done this in other districts, is as you build a lab, and I think our friend out in the audience, Mr. Noop, said this very well. You need to invest in your labs. And if your labs have the substantial tools to be able to help you with whether or not you're doing something with coding or whether or not you're doing something with the science or STEAM programs that require a more higher end device, to have a desktop that actually helps and supports you with that is great. I know generally is very much so aware that I'm not a big fan of using Chromebooks, especially at the secondary level. I think just to be college and career ready and be prepared, I think really you need a different device, quite frankly. But we also are looking at what supports our current curriculums that we have and to make sure that students have the tools so that they can continue their education. And most importantly, we want to make sure that right now they've got a device that will get them through the next 4 years as we continue to rebuild our technology department and really start to make that a real investment in there, which, quite frankly, hasn't been invested in for many, many years, other than we had to make some quick decisions during COVID when we had to go to one-to-one devices. We grabbed what we could grab. Some of the stuff that we had wasn't really the best stuff. Some of it had some garbage components to it. I can't say I'm excited about the Chromebooks here in particular because I'd like to see us with a different device at the secondary level, but I think it's a bigger discussion on what does our technology plan look like for our students to be that college and career ready in addition to really strong and competitive labs.
Other questions? Member Lee?
Go ahead. I had a couple of questions. So, like, in regards to the Chromebook, I just want to, like, say this. For, like, our computer science and our coding, I'm pretty sure that we already have, like, desktops, right? Already available, so, like, that wouldn't really be a problem. It's not like the whole school takes computer science and the whole school takes coding. For me personally, like, in my AP classes, I just need a Chromebook because I just need to use my Google Drive and my Google Classroom. But back to the question, I think, so I love this program, and I think it's a really good program, but while I was talking with my peers, like a concern that they brought up was that, what about, like, the freshmen will get the Chromebooks, but what about the rest of the school? Like, what will happen to the juniors? Like, do they have to keep on, like, using the same, like, old, like, Chromebooks and stuff? Or is there anything, like, I mean, the freshmen right now, because then that means the next couple of years, like, they would need to be content with, like, the ones, like, how the school is running right now. So that was my question. Did that make sense?
Yes.
I think I got part of that. Do you want to go ahead and address
Sure,
it?
I'll
Okay.
start, and you can jump in. So the vision is that we would start by giving the freshman class these 367 devices. They'd take them to senior year, so the next year's freshmen would get a new lot of devices too. So yes, the juniors and seniors and sophomores would be left with the Chromebooks that are in carts right now. That's just how the program is going to, unfortunately, ramp up for the rest of them. But we will, continue to do our best to support those devices as they are the same devices that we use across the district. So they are fine. They're not subpar devices. They just won't have them to take home.
And I feel like, just like from a student point of view, that like that would need to be communicated well, or else like students would be very upset. And like somewhere like be like, why is it that these freshmen are getting these nice Chromebooks, but we're not getting these nice Chromebooks? And that's just like a concern that I wanted to bring up that like my peers were like telling me about, which was why they like actually preferred like having the equal Chromebooks to everybody, because it would be like equal, it would be fair.
So I think one of the things that we need to look at is you do a refresh cycle. Oftentimes you will start with your freshman class, right, with whatever your refresh is, and then each year you're building on top of that. And really, as you start to wind down, your other program kind of gets substituted with something else. I mean, that's a pretty common practice, whether it be for replacement devices for teachers or staff. I mean, we do the same thing, and a lot of times we end up sharing devices, especially at the end of a cycle, because one, we don't want to go off and invest in the old stuff. We want to make sure that we're really investing in the new stuff as we move forward. So kind of like one program's kind of sunsetting and a new one's kind of coming in. And then I think we really need to look at what are the real needs of the schools. And I think one of the things that we had talked about was having an ed tech committee that actually looks at some of these specs and really will dig into it as to what the future really looks like. And so, as students have more access, especially through some of the new curriculum things that we're doing also with Ed Services, we want to make sure that they have access to having these things in their hands as quickly as possible. But we are starting with 1 year so we can start building upon it to get there. But I think your point's well taken, that we need to make sure that we communicate that out and that students do have access. And actually, I wrote down a couple of questions too that I'm going to ask you about just to see, like, how do you get access to devices if you don't have something at home? Like, how do we help and support our students? Like, I've got a couple questions on that I just want to chat with you about independently.
Okay, that sounds good. And also, like, these Chromebooks would last, like, 4 years, like, the life cycle is 4 years? Okay.
Yes.
And then also that, like, a suggestion would be, like, maybe we can take the Chromebooks that we already have at our school sites, like the ones in the carts, and then maybe we can also, like, redistribute them, like, maybe have a count, and if possible, like, redistribute them to the classes, if we, like, have enough.
I don't think What do you mean the classes? Like the grade levels?
Yeah, the grade levels. I don't know if that would be possible, but that is a suggestion.
You mean
So
No, so, like,
No.
the stuff that's in the Chrome
the other
cards.
grades.
so that the rest of the
So-
students can take home a device as well?
Yeah, if they wanted to.
So as a teacher on the front lines at a different high school, so I don't have a problem with us taking ESSER funds right now and buying 370 laptops, because I know that they're going to be used, okay? But I have strong opinions about what will and will not work, and again, I deal with this every day as a teacher. So going back to Mr. Newf's point about desktops, for people that really need the horsepower, you have dedicated labs to provide the desktops. The problem, though, with providing desktops in every classroom, a lot of times the classrooms are not big enough, the desks are not big enough, oftentimes they require hardwire, and then also they create a barrier between the teacher and the student. And so literally, and I tell you, I mean, the reality, kids can tell you whatever you want to hear, but if kids have a screen in front of them and you can't see what's going on that screen, there's a high probability it's not related to classwork. So that's why you need laptops, okay, whether it's a Chromebook or something else. But one of the things I will tell you is that in my classroom, I heavily use technology. And so literally, every single kid has a device. But what I think that we need to be thinking about is it should not be a push, right? So this is not giving government cheese to everybody. This should be a pull. This should be, who does not have a personal laptop that they can bring to school, and that who has need, and then they go and identify with the front office to say, I have a need for some type of laptop. But we shouldn't be going and distributing out all these laptops. And here's why. And doing it on a 4-year basis is insanity. And literally, I have kids that bring expensive $30 to $50 water bottles in my classroom, and then they leave them there. And then they never come and pick them up. And then at the end of the year, we have a whole part of our, like one area in our college and career counseling, where we have all the stuff that students leave behind in our classrooms that then gets auctioned off to people, okay? And I will tell you that even with kids who've checked out Chromebooks, sometimes they will end up leaving it in my class. Because our model is we do not have Chrome carts. We do have a one-to-one model, so either it's your own personal device or it's a school-issued Chromebook. However, I have like 3 to 4 backups in my class in case a kid's device dies or whatever. But I will literally sometimes go into my Chromebook cart and I will find not my Chromebooks, but other kids' Chromebooks that somehow they've forgotten and left there. And sometimes like they never get picked up. And so my sense is if we are going to do this model, it should really be issue it based on need. It should be for 1 year. Because trying to track this over 4 years, I mean, it's going to be crazy. Stuff's going to get broken. And then also you can more easily refresh the technology on a 1 year basis versus a 4 year basis. And by the way, we use Destiny to actually not only check out our textbooks, but also to go check out our Chromebooks. So all you needed is an asset tag and a scanner. And so you don't necessarily need a super sophisticated, asset tracker, right? You could at least for right now use
And they
Destiny.
still sign a contract for a year.
And you would sign a contract, right? And so literally, like that's my recommendation. And I think that the students would initially get excited with the idea of everybody getting a new Chromebook, but I promise you that the bloom will be off the rose in less than a month. I promise you. Stuff will get lost, stuff will get broken, right? And so my suggestion is go to a one-to-one model, but have it really be pull, meaning that there's a lot of kids, because the other thing that desktops don't address is there are times when kids need to do work at home, and they may or may not have a device, and so we need to make sure that they have a device. But let's have it be a pull where, they identify, I can't afford it, or my parents don't support it, or whatever. I need one. We issue it out. We track it over the course of a year. We have it checked back in so that at least, we have some control. And then maybe the next year, maybe we issue them the same one, or maybe we issue a different one. But the key is that they have the tools that they need to do the work that they need to do. So that's my 2 cents. Maybe a little more.
Do your students, can they check out at any point, or is it all at the
Yes.
beginning of the year? Any
They
point?
can check out at any point. So I will literally have kids that sometimes they might start out with a laptop, and maybe it's an old clunker of a laptop, and then 1 month in, it's like not working, and so I say, go up to the library, because that's where we check out all this stuff, and I say, go get a Chromebook out there, and they can check it out.
Okay, good to know, thank you.
And you're also getting 10 weeks less wear and tear if they don't have it over the summer.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yep, I would agree with that, like having a 1 year like check-in, so like just having it for the school year. And then like if students actually need it for the summer, they can come to the library and ask to check it out over the summer. Like it doesn't need to because a lot of students at our school have their own laptops already.
Yeah, I like the idea of a pull model.
Number one?
In terms of licensing fees for the Chrome suite, for the Google Suite, so I know my daughters use their own personal devices and they log into Google, so they would never, even though there may be one-to-one Chromebooks for them to be able to check out and use. So in that sense, I know that the licensing part of it in here is included. So do we pay a licensing model for all of the students to use Google Classroom? Separate from?
Yes. So we have a institutional license for Google Workplace and Google Education, and then each Chromebook has its own license as well.
Okay, got it.
So we are paying $33 for 370 of those licenses.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome. And your daughters, they're also signing in with their Newark account as well, right? So we would have to go out and provide that licensing through that because it's being used in combination with other kinds of educational resources that we're putting together.
I think what I was getting at is that it's not tied to the licensing that's already built into the Chromebooks. It's separate from that.
Yeah, 2 separate licenses. So every time we buy a new Chromebook, we also have to get a license for that device, in addition to the institutional ability just to use Workspace and Google for Education.
Yeah, so I would agree that, I would agree that it should be like a on-demand kind of need for kids to be able to check out the Chromebooks instead of issuing the whole class individual for 4 years.
Okay.
So one of the things I think I'd like to do is I'd like to go back and revisit Board Policy 6163.4, along with some of the usage things. We've been talking about that anyway, so I think this is an ideal time for us to bring that back between the time that we order the devices and we actually push them out. And I think we can come back and talk about what does that model look like a little bit deeper based on this conversation.
So, but tonight, can we approve the 370 purchase of the device?
Yeah.
It's in your hands.
Yes. I also have another question. Are we like every year, are we gonna budget, do we budget like Chromebooks every single year?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And then
Wait,
is
wait.
it?
So let me
yeah.
just say, have we done it for every single year? The answer is no.
No.
Have we started doing that as of December of 2023?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Okay. Okay, that's good. And then my next question was gonna be, oh, is it possible for us to like get a overview of like how this will work? Like the process of it? Will we be getting like a overview?
That's what I'm suggesting, that underneath
Okay.
Board Policy 6163.4, that we bring that back along with the documents.
That's perfect. All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Remember that when you get the forms.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Okay, so
Joy's going to help me get this messaging out to students.
if there aren't further questions, if I could get a motion to approve $170,000, $116.75 for the purchase of 370 student devices for Newark Memorial High School from the CDW quote.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
So Vice President Jones moves, Member Wen seconds. Are we going to do board docs? Okay.
Yes, it's now open.
I'm a yes. It's not coming up.
It's not coming up for me either.
Gotta love technology.
Don't say that.
What's Frank Carte's vote?
Yes,
Board docs is not your fault.
true.
We're not blaming the technology department for board docs.
Oh, I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Student board member?
Yay!
I'm a yes too. And since we've saved some money here, could we redeploy that money to the technology up here in the dais?
Yes.
We're working on some
No,
refresh.
it's functional. It works fine.
Windows 7?
Yes.
We just have to do roll call out loud. It's okay. You gotta do that for the consent agenda items, anyway, because she's got a hand do it in each separate one.
Okay, so motion carries.
Yes.
Right, motion carries. Okay, so thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Pettiford.
Appreciate it.
I hate to do this, but we're at 9:40. Theoretically, we could get done until 10, but, oh, it did.
Just now. But that's a huge long one, sorry.
So theoretically, we might be able to make it before 10, but just to be on the safe side, can I get a motion to extend the meeting to 11?
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
I second.
Sorry.
That's all right. Okay, so
Not want to be your pastor.
can we just like raise our hand?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so it's unanimous. So we're extending to 10:30. Okay, so moving on to 11, consent agenda. Does anybody want to pull the personnel report? Okay, can I get a motion to approve 11.2?
I move to approve 11.2.
I'll second.
Okay, so Member Wen moves, Vice President Jones seconds. Should we just do roll call?
Can we try one more time?
Okay, try one more time.
For what? Homecoming?
Oh, mine came. Did you get yours?
Yeah.
Remember when?
I'll be thinking good thoughts for
Member
you.
Thomas, did you
I
get
support
No,
clubs.
I didn't get it, yes. My vote is yes.
Yes.
Member Blank Hart?
Yes.
Board member does not vote on personnel.
Oh, personnel, she doesn't vote. Sorry.
And-
Why does it matter if it doesn't, if the life doesn't count anyways?
And Member Lee, so again, I will be in spirit with you for your Clubs Day. And I think you know that I am the chapter advisor for FBLA, but the one thing that you don't know is I'm also the co-advisor for our Bollywood dance team at my high school, so. Yeah, they try.
Participate one time.
Yeah. Okay.
How's that working?
Yeah. Oh, my God. Okay. All right, moving on to 12, item 12, non-personnel items. Does anybody want to pull any of these items?
I'm going to pull. I'd like to pull 12.14.
Okay, so we're going to pull 12.14 field trip, Newark Memorial High School Puente to travel to Southern California College visit. Any other items we want to pull? So can I get a motion to approve 12.2 through 12.13?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Member Plancarte moves, Member Thomas seconds, and we'll have to do this manually. So go ahead.
Is Member Lee okay?
Student member.
Student member Lee?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Vice President Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Okay, 12.14, so I'm sorry, motion carries. So 12.14, so do we want to have superintendent provide background first, or did you just? Sure. Okay, superintendent.
So on this item, this is an annual item that typically comes before the board with regards to the Puente program. This is to be able to cover their field trips. There is a 3-year agreement with Puente that's been out there. We're in our 3rd year of the 3-year contract with them. It's for matching funds. This actually exceeds the amount of matching funds that we are allocated each year. And one of the things I've asked the site to do is to start working on some data to make sure that we're able to come back to the board. So I think I heard 2 meetings ago, there was a request to bring back a variety of programs and start looking at the analysis of the programs, who was able to be in various programs that we offer. And I think I heard 5 different programs, I think, that were mentioned that evening. I had to go back and look at my list, but there were a number of programs that were that were mentioned that the board said they wanted to go back and review. And then we also want to look at the data, like what were the outcomes of the students that were enrolled? Did they meet the qualifications of how the program was actually designed to be able to enter into this? And one of the things that this program does is that let me see here. Puente is for supposed to be of students who would be first-time college going, and the idea is to be able to help the disadvantaged who haven't had access to knowing about four-year college, like their parents haven't gone, they may be socially disadvantaged or socially economically disadvantaged. They may have some other barriers that might qualify them for this particular piece, right? And so we want to make sure that students that are enrolling in the program actually meet the demands of what the program actually requires for us to be able to do this. But this particular program here this evening is to be able to ask you to cover the additional dollar amounts. Some of it's coming from LCAP, some of it's coming from ASB funds, in order to be able to help and support this program.
So, Member Jones, you're the one that pulled this item, so.
So the reason that I pulled it is not because I'm opposed to it. I think it's a fabulous opportunity for students to be able to go, especially since my alma mater's on the first on the list. But my concern is that there are a number, first of all, it is a large expense, even though we are we're in partnership with the program and we get, funds through them, which is fabulous. I still feel that it's a lot of money. And there are students that are in Puente who, if we divide it out, I'm not sure how many kiddos are going on this.
Yeah, it is turnkey. I had to find that out. There was no information on how many students are attending.
Let's see, it's usually on here.
40 students.
40 students. So if we divided out the cost for the 40 students, I think the students who, are UPP kiddos and would not have this opportunity in any other way, I would love to see their number of total students, 40, about 5 inches down the page. I think it's really important for them to have this opportunity because it is an exciting time to be able to go to the college campuses, see what's there, get the feel, entice them to be interested in going to college by having this opportunity. But there are probably some students that could afford to contribute to the fare for the bus and for lodging and food and things like that. And that would then, in turn, allow the district to use those funds perhaps towards other programs or kiddos or another more local trip to some of the colleges around here that they wouldn't otherwise have the opportunity to go and visit. So I'm not going to say no to this because I think it's a really powerful opportunity for our students. But I do want us to think about who are the kids in Puente, and are they there because they might be they're the first one in their family that's going to college because their parents couldn't afford to take them on a trip during spring break of their junior year, or the beginning of this year couldn't afford to do that for them, and so this is their only opportunity. But I'm guessing that there are more than likely some students whose parents could afford to help them, to support them going on a trip like this. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just really want to make sure that we are using these funds towards kids that really need the funds, in their direction, pointed in their direction.
Okay. Other questions, comments from the board?
I wholeheartedly agree with your statement, but I think the thing with Puente program is it's so good, but when I see it at my school, it's the students have to choose to take that class, so they can get that opportunity. And so I think Puente does a really good job of advertising to the middle school and to the high school. But I mean, I still see some students who may not be in their program because they're not as informed. But yeah.
Okay. Member Thomas?
I agree with Member Jones's comments. I think they're spot on. I think we should look at the program knowing it should be for students that, to encourage them to go to college who maybe don't have that role model at home because their parents or siblings, older siblings, haven't gone to college, who don't have the resources to see a college campus, parents that are more well-to-do can take their children to, my daughter has taken my grandsons to multiple colleges when they're junior year in preparation for where they want to go to school.
Okay. Member Nguyen?
I think there's misunderstanding that this is an economic program, and it isn't. It's also a cultural program, and it is for all students who's interested in learning about different cultures, especially in this case, the Hispanic culture, Hispanic literature, and a bunch of other opportunities. One of the trips, yes, it's to be able to go to a college, university, and majority of the program could be said that it's for underserved students, meaning they've never been able to go to, or their parents have never been able to go to college, but it's not exclusive. It's an inclusive program. And so I just want to emphasize that. And I do agree that to some extent, yes, I believe that we should allow students who cannot, who don't have these opportunities to be able to go, whether it's economics or if their parents aren't able to take them, that they're able to do that. But it shouldn't be a disservice to students who want to join the program because they want to learn about another culture or different aspects of literature from a different lens. And so for me, that's what Puente is. That's what both my kids are in Puente, and they both enjoy the program. And again, my daughter did not go on these trips. I was able to take her on her trip, so I understand that aspect of it. But I do think that that these are great opportunities, and we have to separate the trip from what the actual program is. So I just wanted to reiterate that. Thank you.
And I hear what you're saying, and I think that's where I was kind of, my thought of maybe there's a sliding scale, of kids who can help to fund towards. That's the place I was.
Yeah, and Puente does ask for parents to donate to the program, monetary if they can. So, in the past I have been able to, and I'm happy to support, the program because it is a great program. And I wish that a lot of our kids who don't know or understand that, that all these other benefits come along with the Puente program could also help foster, numerous opportunities for them to be able to take advantage of it. And yes, but that is also something that internally our process, maybe we need to reevaluate in that sense. But I just want to reemphasize again that we need to keep those two things separate. Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
Yeah, I also wanted to add on, this trip in particular, the people who go on this trip, it's hand selected also. So it's I'm pretty sure it's prioritized. So the counselors, they know all these students because all the students go to one counselor, right? Yes, Ms. Torres, yeah, all this, and she's able to she knows them, she knows their economic situation, she knows their family, and all these other things, and so through that, it's a priority basis, and so.
So
my question would be priority based on what? Her familiarity or the need of the student?
The need of the students. Okay. Yeah. Not on the familiarity. Yeah.
Yes, because that's definitely true. I mean, there's, and a lot of our kids, they have so many commitments. A lot of them are student athletes. They're able to go on this trip in the fall and in the spring. And if they are committed to, a lot of them have to they have to get everything signed off by their teachers. There's a formality, there's a process. And so it's definitely something that, is well thought out of. And I would agree with student board member Joy's comment that it is not based on familiarity. It is definitely based on need. And students who haven't normally have access to be able to go on these trips are prioritized.
Other questions?
And this trip is very, very important. I feel our school is very unique in the aspect that we have a lot of people whose parents have never been to college before, and we have a lot of we're really special and unique in the fact that we get to offer all these amazing, these potentially life-changing and family-altering opportunities to these students, and this program, this college program, is one of them. And I think it's one of the best programs because it allows students to dream,
And that's
one of the reasons I love the program.
Yeah.
You know, I just want to make sure that it really is helping those students who would not have the opportunity to go and visit these colleges. That's where I'm coming from.
No, yeah.
I want them to have the absolute first priority, to be able to do that.
When, what I think would be good here is, as I'm looking at this agenda item, so it says the trip is going to be October 16th through October 18th. So I don't think anybody's saying, like, we don't want to approve this trip, but I think it would be good maybe that we have the Pointing program come back in our very next meeting and just provide an overview, because I think that, like, some people here are more familiar, so, you know, obviously student members more familiar, and Member Wen, I'm not super familiar, so it would be helpful to understand that and how the trip intersects. And the other thing I think that Member Jones is raising is, like at my school, so I'm the FBLA advisor, and we take 2 major trips in the year. So we have a state competition that we have to go to, and then we have a national competition. And sort of the rules are that if parents can afford to send their kids, the parents are going to pay for it. And so in my school, usually almost all the parents, not every single one, but many of them that are in FBLA, they can afford it. But if there is a kid that is having challenges, the state law says that we need to give them that opportunity. But that's not for me as the advisor to make that decision. And so literally, like, once that situation comes into play, it goes up to the principal and maybe even to ultimately the board for approval. So I think we just want to make sure that we understand the process for how this works.
Yeah, but that's also the same with science camp, you know? I mean, we do fundraisers for all of those. For the science camps, we get donations. We try to cut as much cost as possible, and we prioritize students who can't pay for science camp, and the district is obligated to pay for students who can't afford it. So,
right.
Yeah.
But I think we just want to see, you know, again, what's the process for actually making that determination. And then one clarification too is, so did you say that the 17,000, that's matching? And so, or
I didn't say that.
This
I
is the
just said that
total
in
amount?
the contract, it talks about a matching dollar amount inside the contract.
Oh,
And I don't
okay.
have the contract in front of me to speak on that tonight.
Okay.
I've just read the contract before in the past.
Okay.
And so, I don't remember the amount being $17,000 that had to be a match. I want to say it was more like, I can't remember if it was 5,000 or 10,000. I have to go back and go take a look at it. But there's actually a dollar amount that's inside the contract, and we'll bring that information back.
Is there another trip that happens in the spring, so this 17,000 would be just a portion of the budget for the program?
I'm sorry, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Someone mentioned another trip. There's a spring trip, so this is, so 17,000 would be part of a budget that's probably twice that much or more.
It's probably more than that, because this is only, I think, for the fall trip that we're talking about.
Yeah, so I mean,
Which comes out, if there's 40 students going, comes out to what, $425 a student roughly?
yeah.
Okay, so I'm hearing kind of a consensus that we'll ask just Puente to come back and give a quick overview about the program, some specifics about the trip, and that we could then fast track it in the next meeting. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yes.
Yes, so I'm saying that we would pull this and have them come back in the next meeting to present, and then we would
No, I don't
approve.
think we're pulling it.
No, I don't think
I
so.
don't want to pull it. I would
okay.
say I just wanted to have this discussion,
Okay,
have them come next time, but I would not vote no on it, and I would not pull it, because they need to know that we're going to give them the money now. in
Okay.
order to-
I think
Yeah.
if you were to pull it, it would cause a lot of.
Yeah, my intention
No.
was not to pull it. My intention was to have a discussion about it and to be able to kind of voice my thoughts, and to ask for Puente to come and present.
okay.
The counselor to
So
present.
your request is that we approve this evening, but that we have Puente come back for a more detailed discussion of the program and how this intersects with the program.
Yes, and then as we move forward with the next contract, we have a discussion about this before we approve the next contract.
Okay. Do we agree? Okay, so can I get a motion to approve item, what's the 14th through 12.14?
12.14, I'd like to make a motion to approve 12.14.
Second?
Okay, so Vice President Joan moves and Member Plancarte seconds, and this would be a roll call vote, right, Ms. Lemus?
Oh, it worked. It worked.
Yeah, okay, good.
Oh, I don't
Okay,
know. For
there
me,
you
it
go.
did. I don't know. I just got excited. Sorry.
Oh,
Two down, yes.
Not me, yet.
I'm a yes, just so we don't hold up the meeting anymore.
Okay,
Yes.
yes for.
Yes.
All yes.
Oh, yes.
Motion carries.
Motion carries.
Okay, great. So now we're moving on to 13, Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests, debriefing, discussion. Student member, do you want to kick it off, please?
So, I have one thing, like, just regarding, like, students at the school and, like, with all our new teachers, I think it would be really good, and I really wanted to advocate for, like, for having teacher trainings that's focused on, like, how to develop a closer relationships to their students. So, like, if a student is having trouble, like, for example, like students who don't go to class, I feel like giving them like incentives, like, that doesn't really help, but rather like making sure that our teachers are equipped in a way that they can create that one-on-one relationship with their students, so that the teachers know that they want to keep their students, that they really do truly do care for like these students, and like maybe we'll be able to become an influential figure in their life in a more positive way. And so that was just something that I was talking about with a teacher, and also like, and which I thought would be really good at our school, because we have a lot of new teachers, and also we have substitutes long-term substitutes, who may have like this mindset of like, oh, I'm just gonna be here for a year and then I can like go. But I think maybe having that talk would like have it in the front of the teachers' minds to like actually try and create those bonds with their students.
Well, and let me ask you a question about that, Memberly. So, like at my school, one of the challenges, because we're talking about high school, is that I have a kid that takes my class, but I only have them usually for one period, rarely two. And so, but they're attending a variety of other teachers' periods. So, like, we only see a part of the equation. So what happens is there's a kid with an issue, maybe there's something going on with the family, or maybe they're ill, or a variety of things. We as an individual teacher may not always see kind of what's going on. But like how it works at my school is that usually that's where the counselors come in, because they actually see the entire, across all the periods, across all the teachers. And so they'll identify and they'll see trends and see, okay, this student has missed this period, this period, this period. It could be, maybe it's just one teacher, so maybe it's a class issue, or maybe it's all the teachers, and so maybe there's something else going on, or maybe it's time of day. But usually the counselors are the ones that sort of stay on track or on top of that. Then they reach out to the teachers to actually say, hey, here's this student, here's the issues. Sometimes we have a Zoom meeting to discuss it. And so I'm not sure if that process is happening at the high school, but I think it would be a really good process if it's not happening.
Or I'm going to take the flip side on that, which is the teachers when they see that a student isn't coming, or they look like they might be depressed, or they can just kind of sense something's going on, that they should be contacting the counselor to say, hey, it would be really great if you could pull so-and-so in. I noticed this in class. I've noticed it over the last week. And so it's a two-way street. It's the teachers being aware of getting in touch with the counselors, and the counselors being actively involved in really helping the student.
Correct, and I mean, I literally had that situation last year where I had a student, she was a freshman, and she seemed to be very bright, but then as we got in and we started studying personal finance, she started to really fall behind, homework wasn't getting done, and I thought, well, there's something going on here, and I would try to talk to her, but I wouldn't really, I didn't seem like I was breaking through. I reached out to the counselors, as well as her dad, and I said, hey, look, there's some problem. And then it became sort of a cross-functional effort. And then ultimately we found out that actually there was a math issue. So she had, where she was doing well in parts that were not math related, there was a math issue, but then with the right intervention, we were able to solve that problem. But that's where just like one teacher, we can be the early warning alert system, but it really kind of there needs to be coordination kind of more at the administration level.
That's what I wanted to
Okay.
talk about.
Go ahead, Member Wynn.
Yeah, so recently, just to coach the high school tennis team, we had to sit through a bunch of videos, and that really re-emphasized, it's a training video, and it re-emphasizes how we should interact with students, how to best motivate them or to really empower them to be better. But just techniques, right? So I think those kinds of refreshers, individual professional development, if we can make that mandatory for new teachers to be able to take, so that they know that, hey, these are the warning signs. How can you best intervene, and just steps to be able to do that. And I think that really helps, right? Joy, do you like my coaching? Okay. So just want to make sure. No, just kidding. But I think that all of those, and it really sparks our.
Are those the Keenan classes?
No.
Other different trainings?
Yeah, different training, but a specific for coaching, athletics, but the concepts are the same, right? So, but any of those kinds of things, just so that we can clue in as a reminder to say, hey, and not leave any of the students behind.
I think it is important.
And that kind of connects in with curriculum development, and I don't know whether we have PDs that are sort of associated with, I'm sure we did.
We actually do have a PD coming up, and our guest speaker in the morning is going to be talking about how to make connections. So I'm excited about that on the 7th of
Good.
October.
And also one more thing, the example that I wanted to use was last year with Coach Brown and Coach Kelly. I think what they did was really was very powerful.
Project Connect.
Yes. And if possible, we should try and bring it back.
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Well, I was asking for quite a few things a couple of weeks back. I know they're on the list. I guess what I'd like to say is it's kind of having an X by Y. If there's no X by Y, there's no commitment. And so when we have a list of requests, if they're not put together on a calendar, if they belong on a calendar, if they don't belong on the calendar, we can't do them all. Decide what's a priority, what do we put on our calendar for our board meetings, and then put them on the calendar, because that's a commitment. That's the X commitment by a time Y. Maybe it's next February that it's on the calendar. So it's just the idea of information that I think the board should get every year, ongoing on certain topics. And some of them are dictated by law, so we have to do the interim reports, we have to do other reports, but the other stuff in between, monitoring programs. Part of our goal or responsibility as board members is to monitor results. And so it's kind of like those monitoring reports that keep us informed about the status of programs, and like we talked today about Puente. That's my sort of encapsulating the requests I've asked over time.
And maybe to add to that, Member Thomas, and maybe if the board feels comfortable, maybe we make an agreement and a unified request. I would say that if during board comments, if one of us makes a request and we all agree that it's a good request, that it really should be somehow put on a list and then, like you say, some type of calendar or some type of projection to say this is when staff is going to be able to present it. Because I've certainly seen over the years that there's a lot of requests that come through, but then sometimes they make it in terms of a follow-up and sometimes they don't. But my sense is that if we all agree that there's something that we want to hear about, then that should be a priority for future meetings.
I'm going to add on that also that, because Member Thomas and I were talking about this earlier, is when we do make a request, that we follow it up with an email, to be fair. So that we're sending it,
Send as the board president.
It's, what's that?
I said, send as the board president. Because that's who I'm setting the agenda with, right? I mean, as we're looking at priorities for the year, I mean, it needs to come to both of us, seriously.
Yeah, no, I agree.
But I think that's who the message needs to come back out to, right?
But having the written reminder, at least for my old mind, is critical.
Because I did make a list of all those things that you talked about 2 board meetings ago, and I want to say there are 5 different programs that I have, and I've already had the discussions about 3 of them with principals already about timelines that we could actually bring that back so that we can actually provide you with the report and the data. And when do we look at that information, and what do they have for past history? Like, I don't even know what they have. So I wanted to go back and see what they might need from us, what kind of support systems we might need to do here internally to be able to help them with knowing some of that information, whether it's enrollment in the programs, who the students were, were the students socially disadvantaged. I mean, we're seeing 44% socially disadvantaged, economically disadvantaged students now in our district. Does that have a play in what we're looking at here as we continue to grow that, that recognizing that our students have some greater needs, right?
Yeah.
And making sure that's sitting out there. So I took to heart what you had to say. I think, like I said, I think there were 5 different programs I think I heard about over the last 2 meetings. I have listed them down. I think one of them will probably just be a staff report, and this will be my recommendation to you. So I don't know that we're going to have the baseline data to be able to get you what you need. But I think the rest of them very much so we need to be sure that we're bringing those back and sharing that information with you.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a criticism, right? So,
I didn't take it that
but I think the challenge and what Member Jones is saying is that, like, we come up with requests and they may be on your radar screen or staff's radar screen, but like in order to see sort of a comprehensive rolling list, I don't think we have a comprehensive rolling list that's published, right? So if we were going to go and try to reconstruct it, we'd have to go through the minutes for each one. And so could we have, get help from Ms. Lemus or somebody else to say, okay, here's our rolling request of board requests, and then as we have our agenda setting meetings, that we can then tee it up and we could say, okay, here's the list, here's when it came in, here's the level of effort, here's where we think we can slot it, so that, or what we may find is that maybe we, the board, are actually, I know, oh yeah, we have 15 minutes. Sorry, but maybe we, the board, are asking for too much, and so we need to maybe dial it back. But until we can see that list, I think it's hard. And I'm done with my comments, or with those comments.
And I have no other comments to make.
All right, so Member Wen?
No, I just, chop. Just wanted to say thank you to everyone. We are in September officially, and this is our 2nd month of school, or heading into our 2nd month of school, and I just wanted to really appreciate all the staff, all their hard work and dedication to our students and our families, and I know our students are really working hard. I've been really privileged to be able to coach some amazing girls on the tennis team, and they are 100% dedicated to being a part of school and really academically driven, and also practice really hard. And that goes for all of our students, whether they're in athletics or not. I know that they're very dedicated. Miss Ortiz, AP World History, has been kicking their butt. So just shout out to her. And also a shout out to Mary Sayers. I had a meeting with Miss Paxton today. She's heading the green team at Coyote Hills, and she had wonderful things to say about Miss Sayers for getting all of the things that they needed to promote being green at Coyote Hills. So I just wanted to also appreciate her and say thank you to our executive staff for all their hard work, and my fellow board members too. I know that the last 2 months has been fun to reset and to move forward. So I just want to appreciate everyone, and especially our student board members. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for
Member
having me
Blanco.
on the board. I don't have any updates, but I did just want to say thank you to all of the teachers and the staff that continue to drive our district forward. And even though there's still some kinks to be worked out, with some still working off of not receiving certain curriculum materials that Ms. Villa talked about. And then also, I really just want to emphasize that I heard what she also mentioned about some of our teachers not having the appropriate laptops or PCs. And if we could really make that a priority to make sure that we are fully supporting them, because they do so much. And if we can support them in the ways that we are able to, while I understand some things have to, some things are the larger picture, such as, giving them more money and whatnot. But if we can really support them with the materials that they need so that they're successful with their teaching, I think that would be extremely appreciated, and thank you.
Member Jones.
I promised I wouldn't say anything else. I'm good. Thank you to all. I'm sticking to my word.
And so I can't top that, so I guess I have to follow it. So I yield my time. All right. So Superintendent, parting comments?
Nope. Good night, everyone.
Can we get a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
All right, Member Plancarte moves, Member Jones seconds. Roll call vote, or what are we going to do?
I counted 6.
6 yeas.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, meeting adjourned at 10:20.